Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios, and these are our top stories. Australian police investigate a Philippines trip taken by the Bondi Beach suspects as one of the alleged gunmen wakes up from his coma. The Kremlin claims to have no understanding of agreements made between the US and Russia in Berlin. Meanwhile, Zelensky makes an address to the Dutch Parliament. And the TikTok deadline extension is here, but President Trump could delay the sale for a fifth time. That's despite interested buyers. To our top story, police in Australia say the two gunmen responsible for the Bondi Beach attack were inspired by Islamic State and are currently investigating links. Sajid and Naveed Akram travelled to the Philippines before the assault. Police are looking into the purpose of the trip. Patrick Falk has this report.
More details are emerging about the motive behind Australia's deadliest shooting in 3 decades.
Now, some of the evidence which is being procured, including the presence of Islamic State flags in the vehicle that has been seized, are a part of that. Radical perversion of Islam is absolutely a problem.
At a press conference today, police said the father and son duo, Sajid and Naveed Akram, had travelled to the Philippines last month. Islamic State-linked networks are known to operate in the country, though their influence is thought to have weakened in recent years. Reports also say 24-year-old Naveed Akram has woken up from a coma in hospital and is now being questioned. Meanwhile, mourners gathered at Bondi Beach on Tuesday to pay tribute to victims. Among them, former Prime Minister John Howard. As questions are being raised over gun reform, Howard said he didn't want it to become a diversion.
There's little doubt that since October the 7th, 2023, not enough has been done by those who command authority and respect in our society to prevent, cauterise and denounce the spread of anti-Semitism.
Police are also looking into how the attackers obtained a gun licence despite suspected links between Naveed Akram and an Islamic State cell. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's get more on this story with Al Arabiya English presenter Catalina Marchant de Abreu, who joins us live in the studio. First of all, thanks for joining us. To pick up the conversation from where Patrick left off on this, we know that the firearms were held legally. These attackers were known to the police, Catalina. So what fell down? Did the system fail here, or what's happened?
That's right, John. So some details on that. The younger suspect, the 24-year-old Naveed Akram, was actually previously known to Federal Security Service in Australia. He was actually investigated for 6 months by the Australian Intelligence Organization back in 2019. This because of his connections with 2 different individuals that had ties to the Islamic State terrorism cell based in Sydney. So this probe finally concluded with no evidence of radicalization back then. Let's fast forward to now, where the suspect was not actually under active surveillance at the time of the attack. Neither him, neither was his father. So now there's been a lot of debate on imposing stricter gun laws in Australia following this attack, of course. Australia actually has some of the world's strictest gun laws in the world already, that they were imposed back in 1996 following another tragedy there when a gunman killed 35 people in an attack in Tasmania. So this model has been cited internationally, even by Barack Obama, for gun control as a model. And the country has had 0 mass shootings in more than over 2 decades since this 1996 attack. So this Bondi Beach attack does come as a surprise. Hence, hours after the attack, Australia will actually work towards even stricter gun measures. One of the proposed reforms for gun measures now being discussed is to limit the number of guns one person can own, and this relates directly to the attackers here, since the father in the duo, 50-year-old Sajid Akram, actually possessed 6 different registered firearms. That's one of the loopholes, actually, that the police will be investigating to know the exact circumstances that led up to this event.
Catalina, the victims, because this is the real tragedy here. We know about 3 newly named victims. How are they being remembered? What do we know about them?
That's right, John. 3 more victims were named out of this Bondi shooting attack. They were named as Edith Brutman and couple Boris and Sofia Gurman. The latter is also being remembered as heroes in this attack, as dramatic footage has emerged showing, I don't know if we could see the footage on air, but emerged showing the couple and the now 2 victims who were killed while trying to stop one of the gunmen during the early stages of this attack. So the footage was actually posted to social media by a Sydney resident whose dash cam actually unexpectedly caught this moment, where we see the moment where Boris tackles the shooter, Sajid Akram, that's the youngest one, as he emerged out from his car. Boris then appears to push him to the road and wrestle the gun from his hands, a bit like we saw with Ahmed Al Ahmed. So Sofia was also involved in the confrontation. The 2 victims who courageously fought off the attacker had been married for 34 years, with their 35th wedding anniversary approaching now.
So this is significant footage, this dashcam footage, and today is the first time we're seeing this as well. Are police using this for any specific purpose? Is this very significant to see this dashcam footage?
There is a huge symbolic significance, of course. We saw all the courageous act, as I mentioned, of Ahmed Al Ahmed, the Australian Syrian hero, who was able to disarm the father in the duo that ultimately led to the final moments of this horrific attack. But we now know that he wasn't alone. This comes to show that we don't know everything about this attack. That's still being investigated. There's still so many images coming out of social media, footage of people that were there, little by little showing the heroic acts of the people there. I think in the image we can also see that the shooter was carrying an Islamic State flag in his car.
The concerns for the recent trip to the Philippines as well, which is again more information we mentioned at the very start of this story. How are police treating that?
So the police is now focusing on 2 major lines of inquiry that have emerged in this investigation. One is, as you say, this trip made by the attackers to the Philippines right before the massacre. And the second is that the 2 Islamic State flags reported by officials as being found in the car that was registered to one of the gunmen parked close to where the Bondi attack took place. So a link has actually been suggested between the 2 because the Philippines, and more specifically, as they say, the southern island of Mindanao, where the duo had apparently traveled, has struggled since the 1980s with Islamist violent extremism. So authorities from the Philippines say that the pair arrived there on November 1st and flew back to Sydney on November 28th. It's still unknown what the 2 men did there. One theory being studied, did the men spend their time overseas in company of other experienced Islamist militants being radicalized, or as a type of military training? And then were they inspired to execute this attack? This is one theory that's being studied, but reasons why they went to the Philippines and the purpose are still under investigation.
Well, thank you so much, Catalina, for your insight on that there. We must leave it. Thank you so much. The Kremlin claims it has not seen the details of the agreement between the US and Ukraine in Berlin. Those include security guarantees for Ukraine and a Christmas truce. Meanwhile, President Vladimir Zelensky has addressed the Dutch Parliament today, telling members Russia must be held responsible for crimes of aggression. Take a listen to this.
We're working in a great detail on documents that could stop the war and guarantee security. This is very important. And every single detail matters. Why? Because not a single detail must become a reward for Russia's aggression. If the aggressor receives a reward, he starts to believe that war pays off. And when the guns stay silent, when the drones stop killing, the law must still speak. So no matter how difficult it may be, and no matter how long it takes Russian war criminals must be held accountable. And the Russian state must be held responsible for the crime of aggression.
To discuss this story in more details, we're joined by Professor Glenn Deason, who is at the University of Southeastern Norway. Professor Deason, thanks for joining us. First of all, Moscow is saying it has no understanding of what was agreed in Berlin. I really didn't think this would be a conversation we'd be having, but have they really not been informed about what's happening?
Well, they appear to be on two different tracks because first, Russians and Americans seem to come to an agreement about how to resolve this crisis. So for the Russians, it's important to resolve the underlying causes of this war, which has been NATO expansion. So they want to see the neutrality of Ukraine being restored, with the argument that there's no need for any deterrence against Russia because there were no security concerns in Ukraine about Russia before the toppling of Yanukovych in 2014 and efforts to pull Ukraine into the orbit. So they said they had this understanding with the Americans, and then the US goes to renegotiate with the Europeans and Zelensky. And the problem is it's a very split binary here. So the closer Trump moves towards the Europeans and Zelensky, the further he moves away from what's acceptable to the Russians. So this doesn't seem like it's going to work out. Either Trump won't get what he wants. The Europeans and Zelensky won't meet him, and if they're able to meet his demands, then probably he's moved himself too far away from Russia. So, but again, it could, on the other hand, mean that it's able to at least get the two parties closer.
Professor, from Russia's point of view, security guarantees from the US, are they acceptable in any form if they give any sort of security guarantee to Ukraine?
Well, I don't think I can say an absolute no. Again, the main problem is, of course, the Ukrainians want security guarantees in case Russia would attack, but the Russians also want security guarantees. That is, security guarantees to keep NATO out of Ukraine, which they consider to be an existential threat. The problem there is one excludes the other, but of course it doesn't mean that there's not some possible common middle ground. Let's say, for example, the security guarantee would entail the US setting up a weapon depot in Poland, and if Russia would engage in some aggression against Ukraine, then those weapons would be released towards Ukraine. But of course, that's very different from any collective defense or anything that would put the presence of any NATO troops in Ukraine, which is a non-starter for the Russians.
The Kremlin has rejected this ceasefire or even a Christmas truce without a full peace deal. Why would they do that? Why would they not hold off on the ground fighting for even a temporary period to allow maybe some semblance of we're working towards a ceasefire or a peace deal?
Well, the Russians are categorically against a ceasefire. Now, in Europe, they've been pushing the idea that ceasefire is the same as peace, but it's worth remembering that this is a war of attrition in which one exhausts the adversary, and the war comes to an end when the adversary has been defeated. Now, the problem now is, after almost 4 years, the Ukrainian army appears to be unraveling, and their concern is that any ceasefire would then be used by the Europeans to pump in more weapons. It would allow the Ukrainian army to regroup, to dig in deeper, and this would actually prolong the war and then result in even more casualties. So this is the main concern. This is why a key part of this peace negotiations is what comes first. Does a ceasefire precede the political settlement? Because from the Russian perspective, the only reason why anyone in NATO is willing to discuss even the restoration of Ukraine's neutrality or the territorial concessions would be the fact that Russia's winning on the battleground. And also there's been some threats from the Europeans that if there is a ceasefire, then the French, the British, they would move in troops right away like some sort of peacekeepers. So again, this is what the Russians say. This is why they invaded, to prevent NATO from establishing itself in Ukraine. So their concern is that any temporary ceasefire would either prolong the war or be used as a way for the Europeans to enter the war.
You mentioned the threats there, Professor, that have been put forward by Europe, and one of those threats is the frozen Russia funds being used to help Ukraine. How seriously does Russia take that threat?
Well, it takes it very serious because this is what, the EU is not doing it for a lack of trying. They're putting an immense amount of pressure on Belgium in order to accept taking these assets. Now, the Belgians are a bit hesitant because they would be held liable. You know, Euroclear, the lawyers with the EU, everyone recognizes that this would be illegal and there would be a horror of a litigation coming thereafter. And so no, there would be immense consequences. Now, the Russians, of course, will react quite negatively to this. Also, the Americans no longer seem to favor this, because if you steal then the Russian assets, it's going to be very difficult to get a proper peace agreement, because the Russians will assume or expect that their assets should be unfrozen and returned once this war is over. If the Europeans go this way of trying to actually legalize the theft of them, then it would be a massive obstacle to ever ending this conflict. So this is a key problem, but also one where we see the Americans used to be inclined or favor this, but now they're shifting more away from it.
Professor Glenn Deason, Norwegian professor at the University of Southeastern Norway in Oslo, thank you for joining us. Let's continue this conversation with John Kavlich, who is the senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, to you on this, what did the US and Ukraine actually achieve in Berlin over the weekend? It's been a big one. There's been many dinners, many hangouts with many leaders, but what's actually been happening? What's gone on?
They're able to say that they've created another statement. They're able to say that they've had another meeting of the coalition of the willing, the determined, the hopeful, etc. And they have put on paper more specificity than the past. However, you still have, and as one White House official has said, we're 90% there. Well, what is that last 10%? The last 10% is how to deal with territory. But that's the most important 10%. And so if they're pushing that off to the side, and President Zelensky is continuing to maintain that they're not going to allow it, not going to approve it, not going to say it's okay, pretend it's okay, they just don't want it, then you have a long way to go in this process.
John, these security guarantees that are being flouted around once again, what's unresolved when it comes to those, even if Ukraine does look at dropping its backed plans for a NATO membership?
The number one problem with discussion of security guarantees by leadership of NATO, leadership of the European Union, and I include, the Brussels leadership, and politicians, is they haven't read Article 5 of the NATO Charter. They keep talking about providing NATO light, NATO-like, NATO similar to Article 5. And the Ukrainians are saying, this is great for us. Well, if you read Article 5 does not require a NATO member to do anything militarily to support another NATO member. Zero. Anything that is done when a member says Article 5 is up to the individual member. And ironically, that language, basically giving every member a way out, was at the insistence of the United States when NATO was created in 1945. So now, when Ukraine and the countries, including the White House, is saying, well, we're giving platinum version of NATO Article 5 and that, President Trump is not going to sign anything, is not going to submit anything to Congress or the U.S. Senate for approval that doesn't give him an out. And I'll leave with, he's done this previously where there's legislation now in the U.S. Senate that is about strengthening sanctions. It's about giving the president more power to do multilateral sanctions, to target India and target China, really beef everything up. But the president's people insisted that it include a carve-out that would allow the president to determine whether or not he has to do it. And the same thing's going to happen with this Article 5 in all of the countries that are going to be submitting it to their parliaments and legislators.
John, do you really think peace talks are realistic at all when these drone attacks, the missile attacks, they're continuing while we're here having the conversation about potentially a peace process?
Well, I'm in Kiev, and Hanukkah has begun, and there have been fewer attacks, at least in Kiev. I mean, some of the other areas continue to get hit pretty hard, but it's important to continue the dialogue, and because over time there is basically by exhaustion a mechanism where all parties start to sort of give in to give up. In this particular case, the reason that the Russian Federation-Ukraine war hasn't stopped is two reasons. First of all, not enough people have died yet. President Putin and President Zelensky each have their own numbers politically, that when a certain number of people die, it's just not sustainable domestically any longer. We haven't reached the number in either country. And the second is money. Both countries continue to have money. They continue to run out of money, but they're running out of money at a different rate. And it's basically whoever runs out first, that's the loser.
John Kavlich, the senior editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight in Kiev. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The US is reviewing Israel's killing of senior Hamas commander Raed Saeed in Gaza and whether its actions violated the ceasefire. President Trump told reporters the strike is under scrutiny despite what he described as a strong US-Israel relationship. US media reports claim the White House has privately criticised the killing as a breach of the truce. The students killed in a mass shooting at Brown University have been named as Ella Cook and Mohammad Aziz Okozorov. The attack took place on Saturday in Providence in a lecture hall and left 9 others injured. Authorities have released videos of the suspect and are now offering a $50,000 reward for information. President Trump has asked China's President Xi to release Jimmy Lai, the 78-year-old Hong Kong pro-democracy activist who's been convicted of national security offences. Lai, the founder of the now-closed Apple Daily, could spend the rest of his life in prison, and his health is reportedly worsening in custody. The UK has also called for his release. Nick Rayner, the son of filmmaker Rob Rayner and Michelle Singer Rayner, who is accused of murdering his parents, was reportedly disruptive at a party the night before their deaths, upsetting both his parents and other guests present. The couple were found stabbed to death in their Brentwood home. The US president has filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the BBC over an edit of his 6th of January Capitol speech that was used in the Panorama documentary. In Florida, a court document shows that Trump accuses the British broadcaster of defamation and violating a trade practice law. The corporation, who has made a public apology to Trump, says it's intending to defend the lawsuit. But here's how Trump announced the legal action.
In a little while, you'll be seeing I'm suing the BBC for putting words in my mouth, literally. They put words in my mouth. They had me saying things that I never said coming out. I guess they used AI or something. So we'll be bringing that lawsuit. They actually put terrible words in my mouth having to do with January 6th that I didn't say. And the beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words, talking about patriotism and all of the good things that I said, they didn't say that, but they put terrible words. They actually have me speaking with words that I never said, and they got caught because I believe somebody at BBC said, this is so bad, it has to be reported. That's called fake news.
Let's go live to our Washington correspondent to speak to Nick Harper. Nick, well, President Trump has made good on that promise to sue the BBC. What's he saying about this? Why are the damages that he's seeking so astronomically high?
That's right. He threatened this a few weeks ago, but he has now followed through with it. It is a two-part lawsuit, $5 billion on two separate claims, one for defamation and one for violating a trade practice law. Add those together and you get $10 billion in total. That's the amount that Donald Trump is hoping to get from the BBC. He's accused them of intentionally, maliciously and deceptively doctoring his speech. Now, this speech that got put out on the BBC show Panorama spliced together two parts of that January 6th speech, two parts that actually took place in real time, 50 minutes apart. The first part was where he said that he would walk down to the Capitol. The second part was where he said that he would fight like hell. But of course, in that edit, it seemed as if he said those two things together, all within the space of just seconds, suggesting that he was threatening physical violence. However, as we heard there, he's also suggesting that the BBC used AI. However, those are words that Donald Trump said. They just happened to be spliced together in a way that he didn't say them in real time. However, he wants $10 billion from the BBC and is hoping that his lawsuit will prove successful.
I don't think we envisage this coming to fruition, but what has the response been from the BBC about all of this?
Well, they're maintaining the line as they did a few weeks ago when all of this first surfaced. They have said in a news statement this Tuesday that they intend to defend this case. A few weeks ago, they apologised. They said that they had given the mistaken impression that the president made a direct call for violent action. And a few weeks ago, we saw two of the most senior staff resigning, the head of news and the director general at the BBC. However, they have throughout rejected claims for any sort of compensation. If you're to win a defamation case, you have to prove that there was malicious intent behind it. The BBC says that that's not the case. But you have to prove that there was reputational damage. And the BBC says that there has been no loss of reputation for the president. There is also some private conversation suggesting that with Donald Trump suggesting that AI was used, they feel that they will be in a very strong position to defend that simply because AI was not used. It was just the way that those two bits of the speech were spliced together into one format.
So this news on the back of also some cracks that appear to be forming between the president and the MAGA base over his comments about the murdered Hollywood director that we just mentioned, Rob Reiner, as well.
That's right, yeah. Donald Trump, he's not known for apologising or walking back comments. He often decides to take the second approach, which is doubling down. And that's what we saw during the course of Monday. Obviously, Rob Reiner and his wife were murdered over the course of the weekend. He was an outspoken critic of Donald Trump. He was also a Democratic Party fundraiser. So there was bad blood between Rob Reiner and the president. However, Donald Trump on social media on Monday said that Rob Reiner had died because of the anger that he'd stirred up. He said that he had Trump derangement syndrome, that was a massive, unyielding, incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease. And that set people off on social media. Then, a few hours later, in the Oval Office, he didn't apologise, he didn't walk back those comments. He instead doubled down and again used that word deranged when describing Rob Reiner. And many within his own party, the Republican Party, his MAGA movement, were particularly unhappy that these were very inflammatory comments coming off the back of this terrible tragedy. And of course, at a time when rather than mourning Rob Reiner, the president was making it all about himself.
Now, also angering the MAGA base is the latest AI regulation plans from the Donald Trump administration. What's causing the rift here? What's it all about?
Yeah, Donald Trump wants to essentially centrally regulate AI. In the United States, there are 50 states. Each state can set their own laws and regulations. And we've already seen some Republican-led state, Republicans who are against big tech and big AI companies, wanting to put their own state regulations in place. However, Donald Trump really wants to give AI companies free rein. He has suggested that trillions of dollars would be invested in the US economy. It would certainly boost it. He said that the US would become the global AI dominant dominance force around the world. But he is now at odds with many Republican lawmakers in different states who really want to rein back the control and the power that these AI companies have. No solution yet, but the president is suggesting that he would have the power to sue the states if they go against his bidding.
Nick Harper, live in Washington. Thank you so much for joining us. President Trump could extend the sale of TikTok for the 5th time today after it was given the deadline of the 16th of December. TikTok's Chinese owners, ByteDance, are required to sell the online platform or risk being blocked by the US. Several investors have already expressed an interest, including billionaires like Frank McCourt, Alexis Ohanian and Kevin O'Leary, who are all still awaiting approval. We're going to go live now to Florida to speak to the chairman of Americans for Fair Taxation, that's Steve Hayes. Steve, TikTok is still stuck in limbo. There's been multiple deadline extensions, many panics here, but it's still just not moving, and we're at the deadline day again.
Well, we're at the deadline, but nothing's ever positive and certain with this president, but I don't believe he's going to do anything other than extend it further. I think that the fact that the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that this was not an attack on speech, but conduct, meaning the foreign ownership, and that there's no constitutional right for a foreign owner to own U.S. media, gives him the air cover, so to speak, to keep extending it, even though it's not legally permissible. I mean, Congress is not going to do it, but they could come back and say, no, you've got to enforce the law. But nobody is making him do that. Nobody wants to be out front shutting down TikTok and infuriating all of the tens of millions of users. So basically, no one is saying anything. Trump is using executive power, much like other presidents have done, to do something that's really not permitted under the law, but no one's objecting. So I don't think there's any doubt that he'll extend the deadline and they'll try to work things out. I think the biggest stumbling block has been, how do you work it out with the actual Chinese owners of this and the Chinese government who has to approve it? Even though they're down to maybe a 15 to 20% interest, there is still concern that they might be able to obtain the data, which is the subject of this entire act, is to prevent them from doing so. So I think it's going to be extended, but we'll see.
How real are those national security concerns that the US has about ByteDance and about the Chinese influence? Is it really something to be concerned about?
I've read pros and cons on that argument. I mean, I've had people say absolutely it's real. There is a lot of information that they could probably glean from other sources through being on Instagram and all. But the real thing that I think comes into play here is that they can get through their algorithms a lot of data that would otherwise not be available to them. They can look at something that's coming out and they can see a trend and they can potentially look at that data and say, well, we've got a huge number of young Americans who are interested in whatever the area is and target through their algorithm those types of things and thus influence the behavior, not just free speech, but actually influence behavior, much like Google, Facebook, YouTube did during the last COVID situation and through the last election. So it's something that says it's not the content, it's the conduct, meaning the foreign ownership. So if it were owned by a U.S. person doing that, they wouldn't stop them. They might object to it, but they did not try to take over Facebook. They did not try to take over Google or YouTube or whatever. They basically say, and the way the law got upheld was simply because there have been many precedents where foreign ownership of media in the U.S. has been not allowed, and the Supreme Court has upheld those bans. So this is simply a continuation of that ban, and that's why you got a unanimous court.
Steve, just to play devil's advocate on that, the shift of power then would move to it being concentrated among a small group of US tech investors, which is a very real possibility. Is that then also a concern in terms of the algorithm and how that's fabricated towards specific agendas?
Absolutely it is. But what I'm saying is that into this particular situation, it's almost like you said, devil's advocate. It's the devil you know, not the devil that you don't know. Like, you don't know what the Chinese are going to do, but you have to assume it's not going to be in the best interest of the United States. Whereas these other investors, sort of like Zuckerberg and the Google owners, they're presumably going to be doing things that are in the best interest of the United States. They may have a view that differs from, President Trump or you or me or anyone else about what the best interest is. But the basic concept is they're trying to do things in the best interest of the U.S. You're still providing a medium which allows free expression of content, which is critical. And Facebook does as well. I have some personal examples of where they've censored content that I'm aware of, but they're getting better and they're being called out on it. And at least they're accountable. The Chinese government's not.
Very quickly, Steve, before I let you go, is a ban still realistic if no deal is approved by January? Do you think we could be saying goodbye to TikTok all over again? We've already been through this cycle already, it feels.
I honestly don't think so, because you're going into an election year and you've got tens of millions of users who are going to be very upset. So no, I don't think it's realistic. I think you're going to see the ban extended, and I think you're going to see some type of arrangement in the first quarter of next year.
Well, Steve Hayes, Chairman of Americans for Fair Taxation, thanks for joining us on W News. All right, let's take a look at some of the top business news from today. Ben & Jerry's, now owned by Magnum Ice Cream, have removed 3 board members as part of a new governance practice. The ousted directors were told that they're ineligible to serve after the company introduced a 9-year term limit for the board. The dispute deepened after co-founder Jerry Greenfield left the firm in September after serving for almost half a century. Ford is stepping away from its plans to manufacture large electric vehicles due to weakened demand. The US car maker, which expects $19.5 billion profit loss, said it will focus instead on producing hybrid and gas-powered vehicles. This comes after President Trump announced plans to loosen fuel economy rules, which reversed another Biden-era policy that had raised hopes of an EV boom. Now let's turn to sport. The Ashes could be decided within days in Australia. A loss for England would not only put pressure on captain Ben Stokes, but also raises questions about the future of a number of players. Australia's captain, Pat Cummins, returns after missing the first 2 tests due to a back injury. The fixture will start with a moment of silence, with the flags flying at half-mast following the mass shooting at Sydney's Bondi Beach on Sunday. Paris Saint-Germain has been ordered to pay Kylian Mbappe $70 million in unpaid salary and bonuses. That's after the club failed to pay 3 months of Mbappe's earnings. The footballer sought $300 million from his former club, and in retaliation, PSG countersued Mbappe for over $280 million, citing damages and a loss of opportunity after he left on a free transfer. And tennis world number one, Aryna Sabalenka, has been named WTA Player of the Year for a 2nd consecutive season. Sabalenka successfully defended her US Open title, reaching 9 finals. The Belarusian has pocketed prize money of over $15 million. She's won 4 trophies and recorded a whopping 63 wins over the season. And a reminder of our top stories this evening. Australian police investigate a Philippines trip taken by Bondi Beach suspects as one of the alleged gunmen wakes up from his coma. The Kremlin claims to have no understanding of agreements made between the US and Russia in Berlin. Meanwhile, Vladimir Zelensky has addressed the Dutch Parliament. And the TikTok deadline extension is here, but President Trump could delay the sale for the 5th time. That's despite interested buyers. That's That's all from us now on W News, but don't forget you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next, and we're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International media closely tracked the Bondi Beach attack as fresh details emerged about the gunmen and failures in security oversight. In Europe, a surprise time-limited U.S. security offer to Ukraine dominated headlines, signaling intensified American pressure for a war-ending deal. At the same time, reports of a private U.S. rebuke to Israel over a Gaza ceasefire violation drew attention to mounting strains between Washington and Jerusalem. The Sydney Morning Herald details emerging evidence of the Bondi Beach gunman Naveed Akram's ties to extremist networks, revealing his past involvement with Sydney's Street Dawa movement and connections also to known Islamic State supporters. The report notes police are probing a recent trip Naveed and his father took to the Philippines and a suspected manifesto prepared before the attack. The piece highlights major investigative questions about radicalization pathways, intelligence gaps, and also how the pair planned Australia's deadliest terror attack undetected. The Economist argues that the Bondi massacre forces Australia to confront difficult questions about rising extremism and anti-Semitism at home. The analysis contends that the tragic event raises questions about whether security agencies missed warning signs despite escalating threats, and whether existing counter-terror powers are sufficient. It also challenges Australia's long-held confidence in its strict gun laws, noting the increasing number of registered firearms. The piece also highlights scrutiny of foreign influence, particularly Iran's link to past attacks, and asks whether Australia is prepared for a new, more lethal era of ideologically driven violence. The Telegraph highlighted newly released footage from the Bondi Beach attack, revealing a second hero, a Middle Eastern refugee who managed to disarm the gunman but was mistakenly shot by police and then also confronted by bystanders. The report describes his actions alongside those of fellow hero Ahmed Al-Ahmed as life-saving during the assault that left 15 dead and dozens injured. The piece also raises questions about the refugees' unresolved immigration status, underscoring tensions around public perception, heroism, and Australia's treatment of long-term temporary residents. As shockwaves of the Bondi Beach attack reverberate globally, a sharp diplomatic clash has unfolded between Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Guardian explains how Netanyahu claimed Australia's recognition of Palestine contributed to rising anti-Semitism, a link Albanese firmly rejected, while urging national unity and support for Jewish Australians. The piece highlights escalating tensions between the two countries, ongoing concerns about anti-Semitic incidents, and also renewed debates over security and gun laws. It also reviews calls from community leaders and officials for stronger government action. And within this diplomatic fallout, voices in Israel are placing the Bondi Beach Hanukkah attack within a broader pattern of escalating anti-Semitism in Australia. The Times of Israel details how violence, threats, vandalism and harassment have surged in recent years. The piece also shows how anti-Semitic incidents have entered mainstream spaces, from schools to workplaces, creating deep fear and vulnerability, according to the analysis. It also highlights Iranian-linked plots, government countermeasures and criticism from Israeli officials who argue Australia failed to act decisively. In the U.S., coverage of the tragic deaths of filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife continues, with a sharp focus on President Trump's controversial social media comments linking Reiner's criticism of him to the tragedy. The president's move was described as inappropriate and also insensitive by journalists and commentators. Outlets highlighted the bipartisan backlash from lawmakers, as well as celebrities and media voices who called for empathy and respect in response to the family's loss. The Washington Post examines an unusual backlash against Trump from within his own MAGA orbit after he mocked Rob Reiner's death. Now, the piece details influencers like Robbie Starbuck and Jenna Ellis denouncing his remarks as indecent, while Piers Morgan urged him to delete the post. It also explains that even Republicans such as Thomas Macy and Marjorie Taylor Greene criticized him, joining Democrats in bipartisan outrage. The report concludes the response exposed rare fractures in his base and renewed questions about whether he finally overstepped loyalists' limits. As for the developments in the Reiner murder case, new details have come to light. Outlets reported that Rob Reiner and his son Nick had a dispute at a party hosted by Conan O'Brien the night before the director and his wife were found dead. And now, after his arrest, many outlets also traced Nick Reiner's long, painful struggle with addiction and the toll it took on his family. The New York Times describes years of rehab attempts, homelessness and also relapses, as well as the family's efforts to help him. The piece describes persisting tensions despite moments of reconciliation and creative collaboration, revealing a household marked by love, desperation and unresolved turmoil. The Wall Street Journal reported that President Trump has filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the BBC, accusing the network of defamation and misleading editing in a documentary about his January 6th speech. The report explains that Trump's argument is that the BBC intentionally distorted his remarks before the 2024 election by omitting his call for peaceful march. It also highlights that the controversy led to leadership departures at the BBC, which acknowledged errors but denied defamation. The piece underscores the series of Trump lawsuits and settlements involving major media organizations that have preceded this case. In Europe, the high-level meetings in Berlin yesterday to discuss the end of the war in Ukraine was a major story, though one of the major developments on that front came from America. Politico outlines a major U.S. offer to Ukraine, short-term NATO-style security guarantees aimed at pushing Kiev towards a peace deal with Russia. The report explains that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and advisor Jared Kushner are leading intense negotiations in Berlin, signaling Washington's strongest commitment yet, but with a warning that the offer won't last. It also notes that European leaders welcomed the proposal, while discussions also touched on territorial compromises. Regarding peace in the Middle East, Axios revealed deepening tensions between the Trump administration and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after the White House privately reprimanded Israel for a strike that killed a senior Hamas commander. A move considered a violation of the Gaza ceasefire Trump brokered himself. The scoop highlights what U.S. officials say that Netanyahu acted without consultation and also that he is jeopardizing both the truce and Trump's regional diplomacy. The piece details U.S. frustration over Israeli actions in Gaza, Syria and the West Bank, arguing Netanyahu's behavior is isolating Israel internationally and hindering efforts to revive ties with Arab states. And we'll end on a lighter note from the Middle East as Arab and Jordanian media celebrated Jordan's semi-final win against Saudi Arabia in the UEFA Arab Cup 2025 as a historic milestone, praising the team's grit and unity. Coverage framed the upcoming final against Morocco as a defining moment for Jordanian football. Outlets also highlighted nationwide celebrations, emphasizing how An-Nashama's success boosted national pride. The Jordan News reported this historic advance to the 2025 Arab Cup final after a 1-0 semi-final win over Saudi Arabia, secured by a goal before a crowd of more than 62,000 people. The report highlights the strong royal presence at the match and the team's tribute to injured star Yazan and Aimat, whose jersey players raised before kickoff. Jordan will now face Morocco in the final as excitement builds around An-Nashama's performance and their chance to claim the regional title. That's it for today.
Civilizational collapse, identity erasure and democratic erosion. Is Europe really as bad as Donald Trump says? The White House has taken aim at its transatlantic allies, accusing EU leaders of letting migration threaten Europe's very existence. Will the US and EU go from friend to foe? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition. Throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, "I want to eat." He wouldn't say, "I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water." But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggled just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, he's eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
Was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child. He just told me like this, my son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You know, you need to give hope. You need to say, oh, buy this book, oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly, you know, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khalil. They call me Mom. And my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed.
So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and the comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them, or those they encountered on the street, or in the store, or the cinema, or school. Anyway, they wished to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected. And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma Ez Zaytouna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Civilizational collapse, identity erasure and democratic erosion. Is Europe really as bad as Donald Trump says? The White House has taken aim at its transatlantic allies, accusing EU leaders of letting migration threaten Europe's very existence. Will the US and the EU go from friend to foe? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. Make Europe great again. Not content with his American self-improvement project, President Trump has now set his sights on rebuilding Europe in his own image.
Run the United States. I don't want to run Europe. I'm involved in Europe very much.
Like you endorse
NATO
candidates?
calls me daddy. I mean, I have a lot to say about it.
NATO calls me daddy. He may not want to run Europe, but it certainly sounds like he wants to parent them. A new White House national security document codifies the criticism levelled by Vice President J.D. Vance back in February. It reprimands EU leaders, calling the bloc a decaying group of nations led by weak people.
Keeps going the way it's going. Europe will not be, in my opinion, many of those countries will not be viable countries any longer.
The president even suggested the US should cultivate resistance to the EU in upcoming elections. His comments come after the bloc fined his mate Elon Musk's company X $140 million for breaching EU online content rules. Musk, in reply, is calling for the European Union to be abolished. Coming up, we'll debate if the EU is at risk of becoming non-European, if it's acceptable for the US to try to influence EU elections, and we'll ask, is the traditional US-EU relationship over? Joining us for the debate, Christian Tybring-Gjedde, a Norwegian MP with a 20-year political career in Parliament. For the last 12 of those, he's been a member of its Foreign Affairs and Defence Committee. Femi Oluwole, British political campaigner, is joining us, hosts the F Politics YouTube channel. And coming to us from the United States is Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project. Gentlemen, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. The Trump administration's national security strategy, published back in early December, suggests that Europe is heading for, and I quote, civilizational erasure. This isn't the first time the White House has lashed out at Europe, but it is the first time it's been codified in such an explicit way. A lot of its criticism reflects Trump's domestic agenda. He highlights what he sees as the negative impact of immigration on Europe and the erosion of national security. Christian, let's start with you first. Is migration resulting in a cultural erasure in Europe, as President Trump has called it?
Partially, yes. I think there's been a very large immigration to Europe the last 20, 30 years. And we see now the cultural challenges many people thought that with different cultures there will be a melting pot in each nation, that we all change and we have one happy family living together. What we see now is that the different cultures are going to different places. They're separating and not being a part of the big community in each nation. And I think that's a big challenge because now there are so many immigrants that the different national cultures are difficult to continue like it did a few years back.
Femi, is that melting pot failing?
I would just be curious about to ask Alex, what elements of Norwegian culture have been erased by immigrants? What cultural touchstones would you say have now gone because of immigrants? The general national culture, meaning the values that we have as a nation, as a European civilization, that Christian values that we have is about equality in the sexes, it's the freedom of speech, it's the how we treat women, how we treat our children. There are different aspects here that is difficult for us to accept. Being a very liberal democracy, and we see a culture coming in and have different aspects on these issues. So that happens so Alex,
schools, that happens in...
You seem to be arguing that Christianity and equality of sexes and free speech have gone because of immigration. Like, have the immigrants come and they have gotten into power and they're the ones that have changed the free speech laws of the UK, of Norway, or is it that the Norwegian people have changed their laws in accordance to their own wishes? Because this idea that immigrants are erasing our culture, it's utterly farcical, because it's not immigrants that have the power to erase culture, because A, they don't have the numbers, B, they don't have the power. It is utter scaremongering to try and blame immigrants for the problems that exist in your own country.
Okay, I'm going to bring Will in a moment, but Christian, I'll just get you to reply to what Femi is saying.
No, it's a totally misunderstanding what I'm saying. If you look at let's say the welfare system in Norway, on our state budget, national budget, 3/4 of the welfare programs is for immigrants, and the immigrants is now 20% of the population. And it's not that it's getting less, it's getting more on welfare in Norway. So they're not adapting to Norwegian culture. They're not adapting. They're not assimilating into Norwegian culture. And what we're asking for immigrants to come to Norway and actually being a part of our society and not stay outside. And it's not because we are racist or anything like that. It's because they don't want to be a part of it, because they bring in their own culture.
We hear
together in their own communities and their own places, and are not integrating into society.
Okay, Femi, I'm just going to ask you to hold that thought for a moment. I'm just going to bring Will in to the conversation. Will, why do you think that President Trump is inserting himself into continental Europe's political kind of overview here? Why is the US president taking such an interest in the machinations of another continent?
Well, we think it's pretty important that our European allies remain allies of Western civilization. And it's pretty easy to see a world in which, say, there's either the Muslim minority becomes a plurality, 30 to 40% of the country in London, and suddenly we have a Muslim majority country with nuclear weapons. The consequences of that could be enormous for American relations, and they could be enormous for Europe. And so I think it's very straightforward that, and we've already seen it in terms of the way that the Muslim minority has exerted its influence on the actions of the British and European governments, specifically vis-a-vis the recognition of the non-existent state of Palestine, contrary to the wishes of the American government. So I think, our interest is in seeing European allies who are actually allies, instead of people who are constantly working to undermine the United States. And so, our interest is also seeing in the protection of Western civilization, which, we come from the United Kingdom. We'd like the United Kingdom to still be what the United Kingdom is. And so we care very much about them getting control of their borders.
Will, what do you think about the comment that Femi made about the fact that immigrants don't have the power to make these changes? So how is it the immigrants themselves that are responsible for the decisions that governments make?
No, they certainly have democratic power now, and they're having influence on The Labour Party, certainly, you see deep fear from the Labour Party in terms of trying to confront migration because they're very worried about being undercut by Muslim voters at the next election. I mean, this is the way democracy works. The more immigrants you get from a culture, the more democratic power they wield. And I think Femi is sort of trying to get this sort of binary look. Well, it's either they have power or they don't. And that's not the right way to look at it. If their people are part of governments, then they have influence on those governments. And the more voters they have, the more influence they have. And if you think that influence is a negative impact on the government, period, then you probably want to see migration restricted so that influence is constrained.
Okay, Femi, respond directly to that. Is there undue pressure being put on governments? Is Europe at risk of what President Trump says becoming non-European?
This is why this kind of narrative gets utterly farcical. The idea that we're at risk of becoming a Muslim-majority country when the UK is about 87% white is laughable. As for the fact that our policy has changed on Palestine, roughly, I think it's like over 70% of the UK supports a ceasefire in Palestine, wants Israel to put their weapons down. The majority of the UK has more sympathy for Palestinians than for Israel because of what Israel has done. The idea that you would blame a decent policy on Muslims, actually, you're not. To be fair, let's give Muslims the credit for the fact that the UK as a whole is opposed to genocide.
Let's not talk about
I think that's a good thing.
Genocide is a laughable claim. People who make it about what's going on in Israel are completely unserious.
Alex, allow me to finish my point. It's 2-on-1 here. Let me finish my point. Alex, what you were saying about how they refuse to integrate, again, laughable, because it's not the fault of the immigrants that integration hasn't worked as well as it should have done. If you look at the UK, for example, in the UK, Oxford University sent out 3,200 job applications to various sectors of the UK economy. And they found that if you have an ethnic minority sounding name, you have to send between 70 and 90% more applications to get a call back.
There are so many issues being brought up here. I think we should discuss one issue at a time.
So it's harder for minorities to get jobs, to get money, in order to afford to live in the richer, whiter areas. Also, directly when it comes to accommodation, Generation Rent, a housing charity, they found that if you have a black-sounding name, you're 37% less likely to receive a positive response when you're applying for landlords to find a place to live. So it's not the choice of the immigrants where they get to live, it's the choice of the people that actually have the power, namely the white majority country they've moved to.
Okay, first of all, Christian, I'm going to bring you in here. Just Femi, just as a reminder, our guests, we've got Christian and Will, not Alex, just as a reminder there. Christian, go ahead. What's your response to Femi's points there, Christian?
Well, you're taking out the statistics. You have to look at what's going down, what's the starting point. The education in Norway, the educational system in Norway is very inclusive. It's all adapted to immigrants coming to Norway. Still, we see that the community of immigrants are not doing well in school. They're not doing the schoolwork. They don't have the parents that tell them to do the schoolwork. This is how it started. When the parents are not trying to be a part of their young children, doing homework, for example, joining in different school activities, they're not following up their children at schooling and at different sports arrangements. It starts there. That's where the problem with the disintegration starts. It's not about percentages that lives in a nice area or not. Because if you're a private business and you're saying that you're not going to be accepted if you have a name that is different than from the majority, that makes no sense because a business would like to make money. So they will hire the person that can create most money for the company. They don't care if you're from China or Africa or wherever you're from. If you make money for the company, they're going to hire you.
True.
And in Norwegian government, you even have people being, if you have to speak one at a time, it's easier. You even have programs that let immigrants in, even though they're not qualified to be there. And also, if you look at another part of Norway, the crime rate is incredibly high. And why is it that the immigrants come to Norway for free with two empty hands, and they're still becoming many of them becomes criminals in Norway? And there's no reason for that. They have all the opportunities. They have the money. They have the welfare, free schooling, free healthcare, and they have all the benefits, but still they're not adapting to Norwegian culture and get integrated in Norway.
Christian, this is where you lose. The moment you start to say things like ignore the statistics, you lose the argument. That's why when you start having to argue against what I've said, saying that, oh, well, employers aren't discriminating against people based on their ethnic background, when I've just shown you the facts show that that is true. Oxford University they did an experiment. They sent out 3,200 job applications to various sectors of the UK economy. It is a proven fact in the UK that your ability to get money, get a job, passes through a filter of racism. You saying things like ignore the statistics just shows that your ideology is divorced from reality.
Femi, what do you make, though, of Christian's point, his assertion that there's a lack of integration?
In terms of a lack of integration, again, who has the power to control how much integration there is? It's not the immigrants who come to the country because they don't have the power. In terms of who decides who lives where, that is people who own land, people that can make the decision. As I said, in the UK, the statistics show that if you have a name that sounds like you're from an ethnic minority, it is harder to get a landlord to actually take you on. And the thing that we're also missing here is not just a racial divide or a nationality divide; it is a class divide. If you have a system that will force ethnic minorities into poverty, that by not giving them jobs, not allowing them to live in the nicer areas, you create the circumstances that then lead towards crime, because the link between criminality and desperation and poverty is as documented as anything else in sociology. Everybody knows that the poorer areas...
Wait a minute. No. This is not good enough. The explanation is not good enough, because you have in Norway, there were poor people in Norway also before. They were living in small communities, or living in the areas that was not nice to live in Oslo, but they still didn't commit crime. They were still a part of the society. There's no reason, if you have a small community living in bad areas, there's no reason to commit crime. That's not even, you cannot look at the statistics and say things that you live in a bad area, that's why you have a reason, or there's a correlation between crime and living in a bad area. There's no excuse for that. No excuse for that. What we need to do in Norway, and probably in the UK too, is that we get integration, assimilation of values. If you start there, don't look about where you're from, what kind of name you have. Look at the values that you actually are trying to implement into society and what you can contribute to society, not what the society can do for you.
Well, I honestly don't think I need to even argue that the fact that there is a link between poverty, desperation, and crime. But let's talk about what you talk about values.
Crime causes poverty, not the other way around.
We're talking about issues of
the idea that you think you don't even have to argue this is so asinine and arrogant, it's ridiculous. Like, he made an extremely good point, which is that there are poor people who live in the country and aren't committing crime. Like, what?
Are you saying that there is no correlation between poverty, desperation, and crime?
You go start robbing banks?
Are you saying there's no link between poverty, desperation, and crime then?
I'm saying you have to establish it. I think that the actually
no. Are you saying there's no link
living in a high crime area causes poverty because you can't focus on it, but rather that, like, the idea that, again, would you personally go rob banks if you suddenly had no money in your bank account, or would you get a job?
I asserted that there is a link between poverty, desperation, and crime. You are saying that I'm ridiculous for saying that I don't need to prove that.
You can't answer the argument. You can't answer at all. You're saying he doesn't have an argument, but you can't answer anything, which is the most basic point about human psychology, that if it's rather than assuming it's poverty that causes crime, maybe it's bad morals that cause crime.
So I suggested that between poverty, desperation, and crime. Are you maintaining, in order for us to move past this point, are you maintaining that there isn't a link?
There might be a slight one. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Okay, so you admit that there's a link. So what are we
talking about here? All right, let's let Femi respond to that response that you've given, that you say that there is no link. Femi, you respond. Christian and Will, then I have individual questions for you. Femi, just briefly, what's your response if Will's saying that, and Christian, that there is no link?
Anybody that
Femi, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not my argument.
Sorry, if your argument isn't that there isn't a link between poverty, desperation, and crime, then what are we even talking about here? I said that, and then you then...
The argument is that the link is trivial in comparison to individual morals.
Yeah, it's very easy if you're rich to say, well, you morally disgusting people who choose to commit crimes even though you're in poverty.
Well, again, I ask you the exact same question. If you were poor, would you rob a bank? Yes or no?
I
couldn't
tell you if I was in absolute poverty.
Know?
If I was in absolute poverty,
you should be deported.
If I was in absolute poverty,
you don't know.
And I had children
you shouldn't rob a bank. It's immoral. Why would you rob a bank?
Okay. The idea. Have you ever been in poverty, my friend?
Personally, no. But I'm pretty confident under any circumstances I would never rob a bank because it's wrong. Bank's money is not mine.
It is very easy for somebody who has never experienced poverty to say that they would act in complete morality when put in a situation of desperation. It's very easy for you to do that.
I think it's pretty easy to say I wouldn't steal from other people.
Okay, I'm just going to turn us back to the point at hand, just because I need to make sure we cover our topics before we run out of time. Will, I want to ask you, is European civilization so fragile that it is under threat from a minority? Is the minority more powerful than continental Europe and its long history and its long civilizations? Isn't that Europe's problem then?
It's getting more and more powerful every day. I mean, look at what happened in England and Birmingham, where you have a massive Muslim minority concentrated in that area, and they managed to convince the government to completely bar the attendance of Israeli fans from a stadium. I remember the United Kingdom taking the right side in World War II and being philo-Semitic, not anti-Semitic, but all of a sudden we have a concentrated minority of Muslims in a city, and they're able to bar the attendance of, essentially the fans of the Jewish state from coming into their city. I mean, that's wild. And that's just one. There's a bazillion examples. I mean, I'm sure Christian has plenty of more from what integration looks like in Norway. Again, if you increase the proportion of immigrants, you get increasing political power. That's the way it works, especially in parliamentary democracies. Where
just to point out, in that example you gave there, Will, that wasn't Muslims forcing the government to do it. It was an independent police decision due to a public law and order threat. So
I don't agree with that. The idea that that was independent and uninfluenced by the local MP making a big stink about it is
okay. All right, Femi lives in Birmingham. So Femi, give us your point of view.
I actually live in Birmingham, so I'm not going to allow you to talk absolute nonsense about my city, because it was a decision made by Birmingham City Council in coordination with the West Midlands Police that, given that the Israeli Maccabi Tel Aviv fans had committed acts of criminal violence in Amsterdam, that it was a security risk to the people of my city. That's the reason that they were banned. So to blame that on Muslims for the crimes committed by Israeli fans that, by the way, Israel recently had to ban themselves because when Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, during a derby match that happened in Israel, they started rioting. So it is not the fault of Muslims, it is the fault of Israeli fans.
Christian, I want to ask you, President Trump also says the EU is undermining its own democracy. Is the EU doing that? Is it undermining democracy? That's got nothing to do with migrants. Is that a political way things are going?
I think, of course, Norway is not a member of the EU. I think the reason for Norwegians to say no to the EU is that we feel that it's a power that we don't have influence on. There are actually standing at the European Parliament has taken over a lot of control from the national states. And of course, that's very critical for Norway will never accept that. We're trying to keep ourselves an independent country and not a EU country, a European country, but independent, have our national decisions. But this is actually, right now, this is a minor issue because we have the same challenges regarding immigration that Norway has to do to Europe. And if you listen to J.D. Vance when he was in Munich and at the security conference just a few months back, and he's saying that why should the United States save Europe if they don't want to save themselves? And of course, that's a very important point. And that's what the U.S. is actually saying. That's what Vance is saying, and Trump is saying also, that if he is not willing to save our own country, our own nationality, our own borders, spend enough on the defense and actually looking at immigration in critical terms, U.S. not coming to Norway and save us through NATO. And that's a big concern for us. And we need to have an immigration policy that actually is able to care of our own culture, our own national culture. Norway for 2,000 years, you have Norwegian culture. It has developed, but it has developed on Christian values. And the Christian values are different than the Muslim values. And in Oslo now, 25% of the population are Muslims. meaning that happened only in 30, 40 years. And if you look at the statistics, of course, in due time, 10, 15, 20 years from now, there will be 50% Muslim population in Oslo. So this is going to happen unless you change it. And of course, you're talking about Israel and the Jews. There are 15 million Jews in the world, and they are surrounded by 1 billion Muslims, and they seems to be the big problem for many people.
Okay.
That the Jews are 15 million people. And remember, there are very few. In Norway, there are 1,500 Jews. They still have a problem actually going out in the street and showing the signs of their faith. So this is.
But, I mean, Muslims only make up less than 5% of the global population, where they're geographically spread out. I mean, why is that?
That's not true. There are 1.6 billion Muslims in
Sorry, in Norway. My apologies. I misspoke. I meant in Norway's population. So they're not overrunning.
There are 1,500 Jews in Norway. Their embassy is actually protected by police and barrage in order to not get to the embassy. They are afraid of going to school. They are being actually harassed at school. There are so few, and even they are being harassed. And why are they being harassed? It's because they're Jews. There's no other reason for that. That's anti-Semitism. That's anti-Semitism as how it works. There's no excuse for that. And then you say that it's a minority that actually does that. No, it's actually understanding of the Muslim community. They're not protesting against it. They're saying, oh, we didn't do it because we didn't. But they are supporting it through their families, through their own culture, through their mosque. They're anti-Jew attitude, which is frightening for us because we experienced that in the 30s, and you're looking at the same thing now. If you look at what happens with the Muslim community in Europe, they're actually going after the Jews, and it's a terrible thing for the history and what we experienced only 60, 70, 80 years ago.
Obviously, anti-Semitism is a terrible problem. We're seeing it all over the world, Australia as an example. But I want to move us on, turning away from migration as we move through our debate now, focusing more on influence. Because at the start of this year, we saw Elon Musk addressing the campaign launch of German right-wing party, the ADF. He was, at the time, the head of President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency. The president himself recently boasted in an interview that he turned Argentina's Javier Milei's electoral fortunes around, helping him win the election in October. And now, President Trump says he'll turn his attention to European elections, where he wants to cultivate resistance to the direction the EU is heading in. Will, is it acceptable for the US to influence elections in another country?
Sure. The Europeans have been doing it to us for quite some time. There's plenty of effort by Christopher Steele and British intelligence to try and intervene and meddle in the 2016 election. In general, the European Union is much more favorable towards Democratic candidates than Republican candidates. I don't see why what's good for the goose isn't good for the gander. Moreover, especially because we're footing the bill for continental security for European countries, I think we're quite tired of European posturing and adversarialness towards us, given that you're under our security umbrella. So I think we have an interest in seeing that friendly leaders are elected if we can. Obviously, it's ultimately up to the people of their own country to vote. We're not going to, meddle with your voting mechanisms, but certainly we're going to make clear what we would like to see. And I think, especially in a case in the United Kingdom, we would like to see very clearly. I think we'd like to see Nigel Farage as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I think that would be very, very good for United States relations.
So why is it okay, Will, for the US to intervene in elections, but the world is up in arms if Russia is intervening in elections, if China is intervening in democracies? Why is it okay for the US but not okay for those sorts of countries?
Well, I mean, we're the good guys and they're the bad guys. I mean, that sounds trite, but it's true in the sense that, Russia
so says you.
I mean, Russia and China are adversarial nations and adversarial to the entire European project, adversarial to the Western civilization more broadly. We should look at, that's not benign influence. That's hostile influence trying to undermine the civilizations, whereas we want to see European civilization, Western civilization preserved. I don't think it's, and moreover, they're not, again, if the European countries want to treat Russian and American influence the same way, they're welcome to go operate under the Russian security umbrella. Go for it.
Femi, how does that sound to you? Is it not hostile influence if it's coming from the US? Because, as Will said, they're the good guys.
Just say you hate democracy. Just come out and say you hate democracy. Because if you're okay for foreign countries to essentially severely influence and distort voting in another country, you don't care about the actual wishes of the people in that country.
Are we changing the voting machines?
Just say
We're just like speaking. If your idea is it's upsetting to you to hear American speech in your elections, then how who actually really doesn't like democracy here? Maybe it's you who don't like democracy because you think people are so stupid they'll just they'll be irrational with regards to what Americans say and what President Trump says. It's President Trump said this. Well, I guess I'm an automaton and I'll vote for him. That seems to be your view.
Okay, Femi, respond, and then I'll hand it over to Christian.
Yes.
No, just a moment, Christian. We'll let Femi respond first.
We know that the history of elections...
People can only make...
Democratic elections...
Christian,
just a moment. Let's let Femi respond to what Will was saying, and then I'll hand it over to you.
People can only make their decisions based on the information that's provided.
Elections, we know that has happened in Europe.
Wait your turn.
Free elections.
Wait your turn, Christian.
Free elections.
Christian.
Just a moment, Christian. Let's let Femi respond first to what Will was directly saying to him, and then I'll hand it over to you. Femi, go ahead.
People can only make their decisions based on the information that's available to them. So if America invests billions of pounds to distort the information that's provided to the people, then they can distort elections. As for the idea that Nigel Farage becoming Prime Minister would be good for the UK, given that Nigel Farage is the only thing on Nigel Farage's CV, his resume, is Brexit, something that has fundamentally damaged the UK economy, damaged our health service, that would obviously be a disaster for the UK. In fact, he supported a no-deal Brexit, which means having no deal with our 30 closest neighbours, which is something that every successful economy on the planet has chosen specifically to avoid. The reason why Donald Trump supports policies like Brexit, just like Vladimir Putin supports policies like Brexit, is because a divided Europe is a weaker Europe. He wants to make sure that we don't have the power to stand up to the US. And in fact, he's explicitly said that in any trade deal he does, he's going to make sure that the other country pays more for medicines so that American companies can pay less. And given that he sees the National Health Service of the UK as an enemy because we pay about a third of the price for our drugs as America pays. So if Donald Trump was to get his way in terms of influencing our democracy, that would damage our National Health Service, putting UK lives at risk. So the idea that the influence of America is benign because you're the good guys, laughable, especially because right now, America definitely not the good guys, supporting genocide in the Middle East, that they are not the good guys. We're dealing with a man who's recently been found to be in the Epstein list. He's somebody who committed a sexual assault against E. Jean Carroll. This is not a good.
Okay, Femi. All right, Christian, go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's very interesting to see how people are defending democracy and free elections. When you look at all the nations that do not have free elections, that do not have democracy, where are they located? They're not located in Europe. They're located everywhere else in the world, and in Africa and the Middle East, where you don't have free elections. And what you're afraid of in Europe is that if you don't support the original cultures and the nationals for the original cultures, you reintroduce democracy and change democracy by its own terms. You see that they are voting in blocks. They are not doing representative by parties. They are voting for issues together and not by different divisions within the parliament. You see that all over they are standing together. They're not trying to have different point of views on different issues. And that's very important, that in a democracy, you need to have different ideas and different opinions on different issues. And you
Christian, I want to ask you, though, do you welcome American intervention in European elections? Would you like to see President Trump or Elon Musk having a say and influencing elections in Norway?
What I like to say is that Norwegian politicians, Norwegian media is influencing America all the time. All the time. It's been for many years. They have favored Democrats in the U.S., and they are actually they are. That is actually how we're based on being anti-American in a way by always favoring the Democrat candidates. And in Europe, you must understand that it is in the U.S.
But yes or no, would you welcome American intervention in your elections?
No, yes, because the U.S. is looking at its national interest. They're not looking at Europe's interest. And it is in U.S. national interest that nations are standing on their own cultures and national culture, as it was before. The experience that the U.S. has, the more diverse the European countries become, the less supportive of the U.S. they get. And that's a fact. That's just how it is.
Wait.
Look at one of the opponents. Look at one of the people.
You welcome Donald Trump's.
We are discussing right now.
Okay, Femi.
But you welcome Donald Trump's influence in Norwegian elections because Donald Trump has America's interests at heart and not Europe's interests. So you welcome the influence of somebody who doesn't have your interests at heart, and will put his own interests above those of your continent. What?
I look at America's interest as Norway's interest. I look at Norway and America as two partners. I support the Republicans in the U.S., and I think it's a good thing that the Republicans in the U.S. are trying to influence the European elections. I have nothing against that. I understand that because that happens all over the world. The Russians are trying to influence our elections. They are doing that. All other tyrants is also trying to influence elections in Europe.
I guess as a idea of balance, I should ask you, Christian, the question I asked Will, and because you brought up Russia, if you appreciate and you welcome US intervention or influence in Norwegian elections, do you welcome Russian influence and intervention in Norwegian elections, or Chinese or Iranian?
Of course not. Of course not. I am totally against the ideology of Putin, against the violence that he's actually doing against Ukraine. I'm totally against Russia, but I support the U.S. because I support the values of the U.S., which is similar to European values. The Europeans came to the United States as immigrants only 200 years ago, and actually European immigrants is United States, a large part of the United States today. So of course, I support that they support or understand that Trump is trying to influence European politics. I don't like Putin to influence European politics, but I totally disagree with his ideology.
Femi, is America really concerned about Europe's current trajectory out of principle, out of wanting to support these shared values, or is this a destabilizing ploy from the US?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump wants to be able to get whatever he wants from Europe in terms of trade, in terms of access to cheaper medicines, which will ultimately undermine the European economy and European healthcare. What you were saying earlier, Christian, about values, etc. We're dealing with a man who is fundamentally anti-women. Like so many of these right-wing people, whether it's Nigel Farage, who's from a party where one of their MPs was convicted of beating his girlfriend, and two of them defended him on that point. And Donald Trump, who was found in a court to have committed a sexual assault against E. Jean Carroll, and that yet you claim that you're supporting these people because you care about sort of respect for women and equality, and that Muslims are the threat to the respect for women, when what we're dealing with here is right-wing hatred and misogyny of women. That's the core problem we're dealing with. Yet you support people that specifically uphold those values.
Mm-hmm. Will?
Well, I think that's just utter nonsense. Well, I mean, you can find Democrat examples, plethora of examples of Democrats being abusive of women all the time. Go to Bill Clinton going to Epstein's Island. And unlike Donald Trump, Bill Clinton actually had a very close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I think that's a very kind of, I think the thing you're having trouble grasping is that there's the idea that Christian would welcome American influence but reject Russian and Chinese influence is not because of some abstract principle about influence being bad, meaning influence in this case just meaning speaking your mind about what you think ought to happen in another country. It's a pro-civilizational alliance between the Republican Party in America and patriotic parties throughout Europe that are trying to reclaim their sovereignty and reassert control over their borders. We think that's normatively good. And so if America is exerting its influence to achieve these normatively good outcomes, then all the better. And Russia and China are not trying to achieve those outcomes. They're trying to achieve outcomes that are bad for European countries and bad for the United States because they're our adversaries. So we would reject their influence and want to see it minimized.
Will, let me put this question to you that I asked to Femi. Is America really concerned about Europe's current trajectory out of principle, or is a weaker Europe better for the US because maybe that makes trade more favourable for the president? He's a deal maker. Is it easier to make deals with a weaker continent?
I mean, I think we want our individual partners to be strong, and I think this is why we've encouraged. I mean, if we were trying to weaken European countries and European strength, we wouldn't be asking NATO and NATO countries to spend more of their money on their military budget. We'd prefer, we could have you all be vassals and not have a military at all, but that's not what we want. We'd like you to be partners in that respect. We also want the individual European countries to maintain their cultural identities, maintain their civilizations. We think that's good. Now, we're not really fans of the European Union as an institution. We think very little of the European Commission's latest attempts to, for example, fine X on frivolous bases. And we look at we're not happy with the tension between when European countries put on their NATO hat and are extremely solicitous of the United States, and then turn around and put on their EU hat and are suddenly aggressive and adversarial in trying to undermine American interests. We don't like that because as Americans, we know that we're bearing the lion's share of the security responsibility, so we'd like a little more friendliness. But so we want strong European countries. That doesn't mean we want a strong EU, because especially given the current way that the EU is structured and deeply anti-democratic institution.
Okay, let's move on to Femi. Do you want to have a response to that before I move us on to our final section?
Yeah, it's just a lie. If the EU didn't exist, then America would be able to deal with each individual European country on their own. Whereas right now, we're able to say, hey, America, give us whatever trade deal we want, and you can have access to this market of 500 million people. Whereas if it was dealing with individual countries, they would have a lot less leverage in trade negotiations. He wants European countries to be divided. He doesn't like the EU because the EU can negotiate as a massive trading bloc. That's why the same reason why Putin wants to break up the EU, same reason why Donald Trump wants to break up the EU. They want a weaker Europe, and it's what confuses me about this idea that you're okay with Trump's influence but not Putin's influence, as if they don't have the same kind of ideology. Both of them are pro-colonial. Putin wants to take over Ukraine. Trump wants to take over Gaza. Both of them hate democracy. Trump explicitly told a governor to find an extra 11,000 votes so that he could win an election. Putin rigs his elections. I struggle to see the difference between Trump and Putin from an ideological standpoint.
Okay, all right, I'm going to move us on and then I'm going to come to Christian for a response to that. All of this has not surprisingly sent shockwaves through Europe. The European Council President has said the EU cannot accept the threat to interfere in European politics. France's Emmanuel Macron has reportedly warned Ukraine that the US could betray it, and the German Chancellor has called parts of this national security strategy unacceptable. Let's take a listen to this short statement from Friedrich Merz.
It's not really that big a surprise after the American Vice President gave his speech at the Munich Security Conference, which you probably all heard and remember. In this respect, we are preparing ourselves for the fact that transatlantic relations will change.
Christian, even though you may welcome US influence in Europe at the moment, by and large, it's not being welcomed. Is the traditional US-EU relationship over?
Well, I hope not, but I understand Trump's point of view here. Europe, if it's individual or is it combined, or in totality, is weak. We don't have strong leaders in Europe that's strong enough to stand up to Trump if you wanted to do that. And if you want Trump to be in charge of the free world and save Europe through NATO, you cannot do both. You cannot criticize Trump on one hand and saying that we need you on the other hand because we are afraid of Russia. If Trump has that leverage to actually tell Europeans what to do, in some cases, we either say, yes, we will do it, or we say that we will save our own nations through our own defense. Our own security could be our own matters. We are not able to do it. We need United States. In order to do that, you have some trade issues. I would like to have favorable trade policies towards the U.S. It's a trade-off. And if you say that, okay, we don't accept that, then the Trump is saying, well, then we will not protect you. or protect NATO. And it makes total sense. And of course, he's trying to be a businessman. He's trying to make the best for America. He's trying to make America great again. And of course, that's why he wants to have tariffs. He wants to have good trade terms. He wants to buy U.S. weapons. That's his job. And if he has the leverage, is he strong enough to tell Europeans to do that? Of course he will do that. And if he deals with the weak leaders, he will say, well, stand up to me and spend money on your own defense, your own security, or don't make change your demographics in your country day by day, making it weaker and telling the United States to defend you. I totally understand what Trump is saying and the United States is saying. And I think Europe is weak and we're not able to act either together or individually. And then again, we have a demographics working against us. It's going to be very difficult for Europe to stay together and very difficult for each individual nations to stay together, how this develops. If you look 10 years from now, 20 years from now, it's going to be very difficult. It's difficult now. It's going to be worse.
Femi, is the US and EU relationship over? Are they now adversaries, not allies?
Well, I think while Trump is in the White House, I don't think things are going to ever be okay, because his intentions are clearly not to look to support the actual the well-being of any European country. He doesn't care. He's just doing whatever he can for his own interests. And I think one point that's missing from this, especially given the direction that's been pushed, and when you talk about why is so much immigration happening, you talk about demographics and us being weak, skill issue. Like these people like Donald Trump, these people like and Nigel Farage, these hardcore right-wingers, they keep pushing policies that make working class people poorer. For example, Brexit made working class people significantly poorer in the UK, and it's one of the reasons that we're not having enough kids. Like often these right-wing people, they talk about how we're being replaced and blah blah blah. But you create the situation where European countries simply can't young generations like young Gen Zs, millennials can't afford to have kids. And therefore, we end up relying on more immigration. But that issue is being created by your right-wing policies, whether it's Nigel Farage or the extreme capitalism in America.
Nonsense.
But what you're arguing there is actually wrong. In Norway, we have welfare up our ears. And you can have as many children as you want, and you get welfare from the government. But still, they're not giving birth to enough children in Norway. So it's not about money. You're talking about money and you're talking about statistics. We're talking about facts here. If you look out of the window, you see changes in Oslo all the time. And you see that the different communities are sticking together. They're not trying to melt the melting pot. That was the idea about immigration. They came with two empty hands from all over the world. They came to Norway, in my case, and there was supposed to be a melting pot that we all stick together with our values. They adapt to the Norwegian culture. They came to Norway, but now they are actually sticking to their own cultures also in Norway.
Again, Muslims make up 5% of your country, and you're blaming them for all your problems. Skill issue.
25%. 25%.
Will, I want
in Oslo, yes, but in your country, no.
Will, you jumped in there and said nonsense before. I want to bring you back in. You also said you're not a big fan of the European Union. Do you consider the EU as a bloc to be an adversary of the United States?
I don't consider the countries of the EU to be an adversary. I think that the EU as an institution is becoming increasingly adversarial to the United States. I think that's what's demonstrated by the European Commission's fine against American companies. I mean, I think they were having some talk about becoming a regulatory superpower, which is really embarrassing when you think about it. I mean, the idea that your superpower would not be your economic might or your ability to produce or innovate new things, but rather to regulate American companies and extract fines from them is not impressive as a bloc, and I don't think they should do it. To answer Femi's broader point about this sort of like the idea that it's a skill issue, that right-wing parties' policies are responsible for immiserating right-wing people. In the United Kingdom specifically, Nigel Farage put in place Brexit, but it's Boris Johnson that implemented the Boris wave and massively increased immigration into the United Kingdom of people who are not economically net productive and were extracting more in benefits from the state than they were producing. That's why things are worse in Britain. The social strain on social services is enormous. And we've already seen things in the the United States, things are actually dramatically improving in a lot of places. The fisc is improving because of President Trump's immigration policies, and we're seeing massive amounts of self-deportation, finally a decrease in net migration in the United States, the first time that's happened in 50 years or something like that, and things are improving dramatically here. And I think that the idea that it's Brexit that's to blame for the United Kingdom's problems is not an opinion shared by the British public, because if it were, then Boris Johnson's Conservative Party would be in much better shape than Nigel Farage, who is leading the polls in the United Kingdom and has led them for something like a year straight. So I think what people are asking for, they realize the Conservative Party wouldn't deliver immigration restrictions, so they're going with reform.
Well,
okay, Femi.
Allow me to correct you, because you're going to talk about Brexit. So according to the Bank of England, Brexit has cost the average household about £1,000 a year. The Small Business Federation says that Brexit has, although British Chamber of Commerce says that Brexit has made it harder for 60% of businesses to trade. The National Health Service has said that Brexit has been damaged them. As far as immigration goes, the Office of Budget Responsibility says that because under EU rules, people would come here to work as part of free movement of labour, post-Brexit immigration has been less economically beneficial because we've lost that free movement of labour system, and so it's a lot less controlled because we've left the EU. And Nigel Farage explicitly backed Boris Johnson's Brexit deal in the election, so all the problems that Brexit has created are on Nigel Farage. He made that happen. So any issues with immigration, he was responsible for that. Any issues with the economy, he
wasn't even in the government.
Any issues with our national health service,
I think you're trying to blame Nigel Farage for something that's Boris Johnson's fault.
Okay, but we're not going to go back and re-debate Brexit because that is come and gone. Christian, let me ask you, the EU as a bloc, is it over? Has the EU experiment failed? And do you think, as Elon Musk has said, it should be abolished?
Well, it's not up to Elon Musk to say what the EU is going to do. I mean, I know that there are maybe forces in different countries that are very much against the EU, but it means that you need to have strong nationalities, strong nations. If you don't have strong nations, what are you going to go back to? So in that case, it's better to have a strong EU based on democratic values, and then have strict immigration policies for all of Europe, because we have to change our immigration policies. And this debate is about how immigrants is not able to integrate into society, and why European countries become weaker. And they are becoming weaker. You cannot deny that. We are becoming weaker, relatively speaking, and also in terms of our influence in the world. And the numbers of Europeans are much less than they were only a few years ago, and it is decreasing. And you may say, "Oh, who cares?" And many people shouldn't care, but I think the Europeans' history, we are actually bringing a lot of history to the world that is worthwhile to take care of. And also, just to have my last point, immigration to Norway and Europe. The idea was to help the immigrants when they come to Norway or to Europe, and they go back and build their own countries when it's safe there. But didn't happen. They never go back, because in Norway they get a lot of welfare. They get welfare from the day they arrive and to the day they die.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're almost out of time. Very briefly, Femi, the EU experiment, has it failed? Do you think it can withstand this current pressure?
Yeah, you said that the Brexit debate is over. It's always, the reason why the EU will never fully collapse is because it's always going to be in the interest of European countries to have the same laws, because the biggest barrier to trade is having to adapt your products to the legislation of different countries when you're trying to operate. So it's always going to be in their interest to make laws together. As for the notion that Brexit is over and a debate that's over, the majority of people in the UK want to rejoin the EU. That's been shown in every poll that's been taken since 2018. So Brexit is not a debate that's over, especially because Brexit is currently making our businesses, making our economy worse. And so if we were to rejoin the EU or release the single market and customs union of the EU, so basically the rules-based system of the EU, then that would significantly improve the quality of life of people in the UK. And as for the idea that I'm blaming Nigel Farage for the problems created by Boris Johnson, the only reason there was a referendum on leaving the EU in the first place was because David Cameron, as Prime Minister, was scared of losing votes to Nigel Farage's UKIP. So he called the referendum because of Nigel Farage. And then when it came to actually going through with Brexit, Nigel Farage stood down 300 candidates of his party in order to help Boris Johnson deliver this specific version of Brexit. So Nigel Farage helped make Brexit happen in the first place and helped get it over the line. So all the poverty that Brexit has added to the UK, that is on Nigel Farage as well.
OK, maybe we have another debate up our sleeve. Will the UK rejoin the European Union? It's been a really interesting one, gentlemen. Unfortunately, we are out of time, so we will have to leave it there. Christian Tybring-Gjedde, Norwegian Member of Parliament, thank you for being here. Femi Oluwole, British political campaigner, and Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project. It's been a great debate. Thank you so much for your points of view. And as always, thank you to you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews. You can subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and catch us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next episode.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Al Arabiya English with me, Micheál Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he is reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So yeah, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, you know, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. You know, he's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but you know, that's going to be Secret Service, and you know, there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, you know, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and you know, he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, you know, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's always an honor. I love the guy, and yeah, I mean, when he calls, you know, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend to me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but yeah, I listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, you know, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, There's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. Australian police investigate a Philippines trip taken by the Bondi Beach suspects as one of the alleged gunmen wakes up from his coma. The Kremlin claims to have no understanding of agreements made between the US and Russia in Berlin. Meanwhile, Zelensky has addressed the Dutch Parliament. And the TikTok deadline extension is here, but President Trump says he could delay the sale for a fifth time. That's despite interested buyers. To our top story, police in Australia say the two gunmen responsible for the Bondi Beach attack were inspired by ISIS and are currently investigating links. Sajid and Naveed Akram travelled to the Philippines before the assault, and police are looking into the purpose of the trip. Patrick Falk has this report.
More details are emerging about the motive behind Australia's deadliest shooting in 3 decades.
Now, some of the evidence which is being procured, including the presence of Islamic State flags in the vehicle that has been seized, are a part of that. Radical perversion of Islam is absolutely a problem.
At a press conference today, police said the father and son duo, Sajid and Naveed Akram, had travelled to the Philippines last month. Islamic State-linked networks are known to operate in the country, though their influence is thought to have weakened in recent years. Reports also say 24-year-old Naveed Akram has woken up from a coma in hospital and is now being questioned. Meanwhile, mourners gathered at Bondi Beach on Tuesday to pay tribute to victims. Among them, former Prime Minister John Howard. As questions are being raised over gun reform, Howard said he didn't want it to become a diversion.
There's little doubt that since October the 7th, 2023, not enough has been done by those who command authority and respect in our society to prevent, cauterise and denounce the spread of anti-Semitism.
Police are also looking into how the attackers obtained a gun license despite suspected links between Naveed Akram and an Islamic State cell. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and also columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Thanks to both of you for being here. Michael, we'll turn to you first on this. We're learning from media sources about these alleged attackers that they were known to the police. They'd recently made a trip to the Philippines. What do we know about that?
So we know that they landed on November 1st and they departed on November 28th. I'm sure that they'll be able to do a detailed itinerary as the days and weeks go on while they were there. We do suspect, or at least reports are, that they were receiving military-style training while they were there. And I'm sure, again, we're going to get more information about that as time goes on. The father traveled under his Indian passport and the son Australian passport. Father's 50, son 24, which always, in this situation, it strikes me as a father myself, very odd to have a conversation with your son or with your father to sort of talk about what you're going to be doing, especially when it's something as horrific as this. Mm-hmm. I don't know how you have those. I don't know how you start to bring up those conversations. But authorities have said that there does not seem to be a terror cell. They are working on their own. At least that's what they've figured out at this stage early on in the investigation.
Gemma, we know some more about the victims as well. There's been 3 victims that have now been named today. Who are they? What do we know about them?
Yeah, so this brings the total number of victims to 15. They've been identified as Edith Brutman and a couple called Boris and Sophia German. Boris was 69, Sophia 61. They're a Russian-Jewish couple who lived in Bondi. Boris was a retired mechanic and Sophia used to work at Australia Post. Now, what's very interesting about this couple is that dashcam footage. We've seen footage of Ahmed bringing down one of the alleged attackers. And we've got further dashcam footage now of Boris and Sophia approaching and managing to disarm another of the alleged attackers. Now, this first appeared on Chinese social media, and then it got picked up, obviously, around the world. Now, what we see is this is before the sort of wider attack started to happen, before the alleged attackers moved onto the bridge and began firing. So Boris German had got out of his car. He'd seen one of the alleged attackers with the gun. This was on Campbell Parade at Bondi, and then you see a woman running into the scene who is Sophia. Now, what he does, Boris, is he manages to wrestle the gun from the alleged attacker. And as he grabs the gun, they both fall to the ground. And that's sort of the end of the footage. But the couple's family have released a statement saying how selflessly, their family members have acted. And they said, while nothing can lessen the pain of losing Boris and Sophia, we feel an overwhelming sense of pride in their bravery and selflessness.
And there is a lot of heroes from this story, but it's unfortunate that there has to be in the first place. Michael, I guess the narrative has kind of changed, and certainly when we're hearing about this trip to the Philippines and that overseas training that's now been investigated by the authorities, I guess it changes it from it being a domestic crime, which is what I think initially authorities believed it to be, into an act of terrorism if there's a link to ISIS involved here as well.
Yeah, and ISIS, of course, has its roots in the Middle East. So you have 3 regions. If you'll have the Middle East and as well as in the Philippines, and then you'll have where the attack itself took place in Australia. So it is going to involve, I would imagine, many international organizations coming together to try and figure out exactly where these 2 men traveled while they were in the Philippines. And I'm sure they're going to dig back a little bit further to see if they actually made any other overseas trips as well.
Gemma, I guess, and this is the narrative that's out of a lot of countries right now. We've heard the new mayor of New York saying that more stringent measures will be put in place when there's a significant gathering of people for a religious event or for even a family event. We've heard it being said in London similarly as well. But I guess the thing is that we shouldn't really necessarily need for there to be such a police presence at something that is, I mean, this was the first day of Hanukkah, deeply significant for the Jewish community, for there to be a need for that. And it seems that the way the world is going, we require police presence at pretty much any gathering of more than 10 people, regardless of what the occasion is or what it's for.
Yeah, I mean, there's been criticism obviously levied at the way New South Wales police handle the situation, which the New South Wales Premier has, absolutely denied. He has stood up for his officers. He said they behaved absolutely impeccably in the way that they should. But yeah, what we're seeing as well, we are seeing now, obviously, with more Jewish events happening over the coming weeks, we are seeing, in Berlin, London, Paris, police presence is being upped with regards to all of those. But yes, you have to wonder, is this going to be a part of every single, a public religious ceremony or celebration now? Are we going to see a big police presence at all of those? As you say, it's the way the world is right now, but it's a terrible shame that it's had to come to this.
And it's an anti-Semitic attack, which we know, Michael, as well, but that's on the rise. And even though yesterday we spoke to a rabbi on the show who said that it was something that was almost expected, that an occasion such as the start of Hanukkah would have been something that would have been seen as a moment that is so pivotal for the for the religious calendar in Judaism, that it would have been seen as something that would have been potentially a targeted attack. And that day, anti-Semitism in itself is up across the globe, and that's where the concern is coming from right now. The thought process behind that.
So it is up. And I've argued for many years that there needs to be a nuanced conversation that you have talking about the difference between an Israeli and a Jew. And the Israeli government, especially with Benjamin Netanyahu, is very careful and consistent that if you attack Israel's policy when it comes to anything, he will say that you are being anti-Semite. And I believe that being an anti-Semite is one of those things it's so difficult for politicians to recover from. Mm-hmm. If you've been labeled that way, it's a very hard road to come back. So people are very careful not to criticize the Israeli government. But if you're in a foreign country, if you're in another country, if you're in Australia, and you're incredibly upset about how the Israeli government operates when it comes to interacting with the Palestinians, how are you to think, except there are Jews here who are celebrating first day of Hanukkah? Well, that's the same as being an Israeli. And I saw how the Israelis have been treating the Palestinians. And that, I think, is the issue, that people need to be able to have enough confidence to say, I can criticize Israel and I'm not criticizing the Jews. Yeah. And I can be friendly with my Jewish friends and that not somehow be turned against you and you're made to be a pro-Zionist. There is a distinction that has to be made, and I think, surprisingly, American Jews are some of the first people to come out to talk about how there is a real difference between being Jewish and being Israeli.
I guess we're logically speaking about it here, Gemma, and we can make that distinction quite clearly. Mm-hmm. But for a lot of people, that's simply just not the case. You'll know, I'm Irish, you're British. Mm-hmm. Traditionally, going back in history, you would have been colonial, gone into somebody else's land to taken it. I would have been saying, I don't like the Brits, mm-hmm. but that is not the same brush that everyone should be tarred with, because that's simply not the case. That's not the facts. It's not the truth. But to make that distinction mm-hmm. is where the difficulty comes into place in the greater public eye.
I do think that the way we communicate these days, the 24-hour news cycle, social media, has almost eliminated nuance mm-hmm. and eliminated the ability for us to agree that there are grey areas. You are either black or you're white with your opinions. And as well, when people express their opinions, they are attacked. People are very quick to, with the anonymity of the internet, death threats, terrible threats. But we have really lost the ability, not only for nuance, but also for debate. There's no, with debate these days, there's no changing of minds. It just entrenches people further in their own belief system. And I do believe the way we communicate, global communications has had an influence on that.
I also, to your point, I would say that not just with the debate, I agree with you, but why can't we disagree and still be civil to each other?
Yeah. Of course.
And that has simply disappeared completely.
Mm-hmm. And again, nobody needs to see a situation as tragic as this unfold. And thank you both for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. The Kremlin claims that it has not seen the details of an agreement that's been made between the US and Ukraine in Berlin. Those include the security guarantees for Ukraine and the Christmas truce that's been mentioned. Meanwhile, President Vladimir Zelensky has addressed the Dutch Parliament today, and he said Russia must be held responsible for crimes of aggression. Have a listen to this.
We're working in great detail on documents that could stop the war and guarantee security. This is very important. And every single detail matters. Why? Because not a single detail must become a reward for Russia's aggression. If the aggressor receives a reward, he starts to believe that war pays off. And when the guns stay silent, when the drones stop killing, the law must still speak. So no matter how difficult it may be, and no matter how long it takes Russia, Russian war criminals must be held accountable. And the Russian state must be held responsible for the crime of aggression.
Gemma, Moscow are now acting somewhat oblivious to this thing. They're saying, we don't know what's been agreed in Berlin. We don't know entirely what's expected out of this. Where are the negotiations sitting at the moment?
Right, so Moscow acting oblivious, as you said, is not a surprise to me. We've seen so many reactions from Russia. We have seen acting oblivious. We've seen acting belligerent. We've seen playing for time. To me, this is just the latest in the playbook. And I think you could kind of set your watch by, you know, how they're going to react to any kind of meeting that involves Ukraine, Europe, and the US. So for me, it's no surprise that the US, Ukraine, and Europe have gone ahead and held these talks. And Russia claims to know absolutely nothing that's going on. Do I believe they know absolutely nothing? No, I don't at all. But I do think it's time that this group got together and said, we're going to put together our terms, and then at the weekend, apparently Zelensky said they will be presented to the Russians through US envoys over the weekend. Then we're going to show you the terms. I've always felt that Russia has been dictating terms ever since, you know, the war began, so 4.5 years ago now. Now I feel that it's kind of befitting that they should be a little bit on the back foot, that they should be kept out of things, because there's just been this relentless stalemate. You know, having tried to get Russia and Ukraine at the table together hasn't worked. Now we're trying something else. Here's the terms. We're going to go to you. Tell us what you think of them.
Do you think Russia have the upper hand, Michael? Do you think that may be a case? They go back into the negotiation table. They may say, actually, we don't want any of this at all. We're fine to continue on the front line.
I think they have the upper hand until they don't. And what I mean by that is because they've remained so silent, because they'll make a comment like, we don't know what's in the agreement. We don't know where their red line is. And Vladimir Putin has been very consistent in what he has talked about. And with President Zelensky, we know that maybe it's NATO membership, maybe it's having early elections, maybe it's conceding land. And he's talked about these things, as has President Trump, but nobody has talked about it from what the Russians are willing to concede or where they're comfortable, other than they just want it all, right? Mm-hmm. But I think that, in answer to your question, do they have the upper hand? Right now, I would say that they do have the upper hand, simply because we don't know what they're willing to, if they're going to continue to fight, or if they are getting what it is that's most important to them right now.
Gemma, what do you think, on an educated guess, what do you reckon is in this peace plan? Because it's been such a tightly guarded secret. We've got no idea what's in there. We know the NATO element for Ukraine is probably off the table when it comes to Ukraine. We know that that is likely to be the case here. What else do you think is in there? And what do you think Zelensky is willing to concede on? Because he's always said, not giving up the land. I'm going to keep the land.
Well, Zelensky has said as well he will not pursue NATO membership. So we do know that. We also know that the US is not going to put boots on the ground. They're not. There's going to be none of their troops involved. Now, what we don't know is how Russia might react. We can probably guess, though, actually, if it was put to them that troops from NATO countries, but not under NATO command, were part of the security force that's going to be put in.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know how they react, but we can probably guess that they would say no to that as well. So we also don't know if a peace deal is reached, what would happen if Russia then just decided to go ahead for a further land grab again? There are so many things we don't know. As you said, their silence has always kind of been one of their strong points because it leaves everybody second guessing. And we saw earlier this year when Trump would say stuff, Putin would stay silent, and then Trump would end up almost kind of debating with himself because he had no one to sort of bounce things off. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we don't know at the moment. We know that the plan is evidently supposed to go over to Russians over the weekend. Mm-hmm. and then, you know, perhaps more of the same next week.
Well, Michael, we spoke to John Kavlich earlier. He said the war will continue until one party runs out of money. The likely party in that will be Europe and Ukraine, who've got more to lose here, and it's in their best interest to get to at least a ceasefire or a truce, but ideally a peace deal as quick as possible. This truce that's been touted for Christmas as well, without a full peace deal, do you think that's something that could potentially go ahead?
I think it's something that the Russians know that the West, because we're sentimental, would be in favor of. And I think that it's a nice carrot that they can dangle to get people to feel a little bit maybe optimistic. Donald Trump, for instance, has said that he thinks so. And if you think Donald Trump is going to say something positive, well, then why not sort of continue to feed the president the information that he'll sort of continue to repeat? Is it possible? Yes. I mean, if we look back in history, 111 years ago, we had the December 1914 truce during the First World War. Now, that didn't involve Russians.
No, Germany and Britain right on the front line for that.
Yes, and by the end of some of these meetings over the couple of days between the 24th and the 26th of December, you had some meetings that ended up with the troops from either sides caroling, for heaven's sakes. So I think that there is a romantic aspect, and you can't accuse Russians of being romantic.
An Orthodox Christmas is the 6th of January as well, right? So it's later as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. But I think there's a romantic aspect within us, especially within a time of war. It would be nice if maybe there could be a few days where there's no fighting. But there have been instances where both President Zelensky and President Putin have talked about we're going to enter a couple of days of non-fighting, of truce. And that hasn't worked. They would both say that's what's going to happen, but then there would be rockets and drones that would continue to be fired.
Gemma, before we move on, just very quickly, this is the defence chief has said that British families must lose their sons and daughters to fight Russia. Europe must be scared to be making comments like that. Europe must be concerned that we might be teetering on something a lot bigger here.
I do think so, because I think it echoes what the German Foreign Minister said a couple of weeks ago. He said Russia is creating the option of war against NATO by 2029 at the latest. This, to me, is just an extension of that. And you do have to wonder if they know things that we don't. So they are just putting the message out there to start preparing. We're seeing more talk of perhaps military... What's it called when military service being brought in, perhaps in
conscription of some description.
Yeah. So, do I think they're trying to prepare people for the worst? I do. But what's interesting is that for me, Churchill always said that British people like to be told the absolute worst. He said, given the opportunity, they want to know the absolute worst. So this kind of is in keeping with national character.
Yeah.
They want to be
prepare for the. That's why we all got sent iodine tablets, if you remember that from Sellafield, on the unlikely event that there was a nuclear fallout.
Yeah.
Everyone was sent iodine tablets in the 90s. So
that would really have helped in
really
that situation, yeah.
Thanks to both of you for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. The US President has just filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the BBC. That's over the edit of his 6th of January Capitol speech that was used in the Panorama documentary. In Florida court documents, Trump has accused the British broadcaster of defamation and also of violating a trade practice law. The corporation, who have, by the way, made a public apology to Donald Trump, says it does intend to defend the lawsuit. But here's how President Donald Trump announced that legal action. Have a listen.
In a little while, you'll be seeing I'm suing the BBC for putting words in my mouth, literally. They put words in my mouth. They had me saying things that I never said coming out. I guess they used AI or something. So we'll be bringing that lawsuit. They actually put terrible words in my mouth having to do with January 6th that I didn't say. And the beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words, talking about patriotism and all of the good things that I said, they didn't say that, but they put terrible words. They actually have me speaking with words that I never said, and they got caught because I believe somebody at BBC said, this is so bad, it has to be reported. That's called fake news.
Gemma, we'll turn to you first. I didn't think we'd be here today. I didn't think we'd be having this conversation. I did not expect him to follow through with this threat, but he has held good on it. What's the latest on the battle with the BBC?
10 billion is a big figure.
Big amount of money. I don't know how many zeros that is.
Yeah, we don't know how he came up with that figure either. It's pretty massive. The BBC doesn't have 10 million, let's be honest. So The BBC haven't addressed this new $10 billion lawsuit. They said they've already addressed, his claims beforehand. They said they're going to be defending the case, but they're now staying silent, unlike President Trump, of course. Now, what's interesting is that he filed his documents in Florida, as you said. He says the BBC were violating Florida's Deceptive and Unfair Trade Practices Act. Now, the BBC say, wait, Panorama doesn't broadcast in the US. In the lawsuit, Trump says, yeah, but you have deals with certain media companies in the US to distribute your content, and if someone has a BritBox or a VPN, then they can watch the show. So what's interesting here is that the legal team, Trump's legal team, have accused the BBC of intentionally, maliciously doctoring his speech. Now, defamation in the UK is really hard to prove. You've got words like intention, you have to, and it's on the claimant, it's beyond Trump's legal team to prove that there was an intention, that there was maliciousness, and they're very difficult to prove. And also that the BBC somehow caused irreparable harm to Trump's character or business when he went on to win the presidential term again. So you could argue there was absolutely no damage done. Now, what we've just seen as well, we've seen Trump claiming that the BBC used AI to put words into his mouth. That is categorically untrue. They spliced the video, cutting out a big, huge midsection of it to perhaps change the messaging. But there was no AI involved. And already with the BBC, they are keeping quiet about it at the moment, but heads did roll at the BBC. So Tim Davie, the Director General, he lost his job, and so did Deborah Turner. She was the head of BBC News. She resigned over the controversy. So I think for the BBC, for now, they're staying quiet. They will be addressing all these claims, but not AI.
Well, and it is a public company as well, and what they did was wrong. They have admitted that it was wrong. There was an apology, like you said. People did lose their jobs. As you rightly said, heads rolled for that situation. So what happened was, categorically, in terms of a media, you don't do that. You don't take and splice an interview to try and fabricate something else. But this figure seems wildly inflated from what you would expect in terms of a lawsuit. Michael, not his first day at the Derby when it comes to taking a media outlet to court from Donald Trump's point of view, either in a personal perspective or as President of the United States.
No, and I think the B in billion reminds me of Dr. Evil in Austin Powers. Shall I do it?
$1 billion.
So as you said, not his first day at the Derby. This is the fifth time in the past 13, 14 months or so that he has sued a media organization. It would have started with the New York Times, where it was, I think, $15 billion. And then there was also the time with ABC and George Stephanopoulos. That was only $15 million. But that was also an agreement that there would be that donation made to the Presidential Library. And then there was the CBS 60 Minutes, again, wonky editing, according to Donald Trump, but we all know that standard practice for journalism. That was $16 million. And then, of course, most recently, with the book, the birthday greetings book, that Donald Trump may or may not have contributed a particular drawing to. He has sued Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion. So he likes the B, but he also likes to go after media companies. And he has celebrated, for instance, Stephen Colbert being canceled. He has celebrated when Jimmy Kimmel was suspended for a couple of shows. He is somebody who has not coined the term fake news, but he has popularized it. And in that first election, when he did win, that was where he brought that to the forefront. And everybody today, I would argue, the expression fake news is common vernacular.
Yeah, absolutely.
We all understand exactly what it means. It's coming back even more so, I think, with AI, because it's so easy sometimes to spot fake news. And when it's not, if you don't like it and you don't agree, you just accuse that media company of producing fake news.
I presumed, and obviously incorrectly so, that it was a Trumpism. I thought that was a phrase that had just been attributed to Donald Trump. It's not his originally, you mentioned.
So I thought so as well. But then, of course, as journalists, you never want to assume anything. So you do a little bit of research. And it turned out, surprise, surprise, it was a Canadian. a gentleman by the name of Craig Silverman, who is the person that people sort of attribute the term fake news to, because it's something that he studied, where he wanted to always make sure that he was pointing out when, in fact, something was incorrect.
Oh, my dad used it to shout at YouTube videos now saying, fake news. Gemma, the lawsuit itself, is it about money, do you think? Or is there, maybe there's a shred of the Trump administration that thinks this is about journalistic integrity and saying, right, as in terms of journalism, you need to do the right thing here, you need to be reporting correct news. Is that perhaps what this is all about, as in teach the BBC a lesson to never do this again? Because Trump may already have a lot of money, and this may not make any dent that's necessary for him.
I don't think it's about the money. He knows, as I said, the BBC does not have 10 billion, and it's not like the UK taxpayer who funds the BBC is going to, you know, suddenly stump up 10 billion. I think, as Michael so rightly said, it's about punishing media companies, and he's worked his way around the US ones, and now he's going global. He's got his sights set on the UK, showing that his power extends beyond his own borders. Yeah, and it makes him headlines. You know, he stands there in the Oval Office and says, this is what I'm going to do, with, you know, the military behind him, with everything else that he's immersed in as well, Venezuela, Ukraine, you know, so many other things on the go. But no, I don't think it's about the money whatsoever.
And not about the integrity of journalism as well, which is fairness, is what he's trying to make sure happens.
I do understand that, because the splicing together did send an absolutely different message than what he was, you know, ultimately saying. So I do understand that, and one would be, you know, offended in that respect if you felt you were being misinterpreted in the media. But this is where I vacillate. Sometimes Trump seems to have a really thick skin and things can really bounce off him. And then sometimes it's paper thin and you can tell that things can really get under his skin, and you'll never know what's going to happen. Yeah.
Much like the next story we're going to cover, because this one I think also is one that's going to continue for a little while longer. Thanks both for your thoughts on that. President Trump could extend the sale for TikTok for the 5th time today. It was given the deadline of 16th of December, that's today. TikTok's Chinese owner, ByteDance, they're required to sell the online platform, or they risk it being blocked by the US. Now, several investors have already said they're interested, they want to buy it, including billionaires like Frank McCourt, Alexis Ohanian and Kevin O'Leary as well, who is Canadian, not American, who are all still waiting for approval on that. Michael, I'll turn to you first on it. Another extension on the deadline once again. What are the implications that it has?
So it's difficult to say what the implications are. I think we have to read an awful lot into it, much like with the Russians not knowing what's in the peace deal. I think that there is a lot that we don't know. We only can read into the situation. We know that TikTok was essential for Donald Trump being reelected. We also know that it was one of the issues he campaigned on. He wanted to make sure that he hit that mark to consistently tell his base that TikTok will not be banned if I'm elected. Then he was elected, and he needed to make a decision because, of course, Joe Biden had introduced the legislation that TikTok needed to go because there's fear that the company ByteDance would be forced to turn over information to the Chinese government. The Chinese government, of course, say no. Now, I think Donald Trump is also in an interesting position where he wants to make sure that he's developing a healthier relationship with the Chinese. He also is going to be meeting him in the next few months, and I believe that he would like, as the Chinese would, I would imagine they want to come together to be able to say, we have sorted this out and we have, on both sides, come to a resolution where everybody seems to be happy.
Now we're looking at a sale of TikTok that would go without the algorithm, which is, I guess, what makes TikTok TikTok, Gemma. But if it was selling without that, then what have you got? What is TikTok if it's not going to give me cute kittens and food that is festive orientated? If it's not giving me that, what point is TikTok then?
We just found out what's on your For You page.
That's my FYP,
yeah. Okay, right.
I don't believe that, not for a second.
What's it without the algorithm?
To use an analogy, it's like buying a Ferrari without the engine. Yeah, you've got the body, but you don't have the brain. The algorithm is everything that TikTok is. So you would have to, without the algorithm, the app would have to be built from scratch practically. So the buyer would get the TikTok brand, obviously global brand. They would get the user base, but who knows for how long they would stick around, because experts say without the algorithm or without an effective replacement immediately. After about 3 days, the whole system's going to start collapse. People will start leaving because they can't monetize their content anymore. You get the infrastructure, you get the video hosting, the editing tools, all of that. Now, what you don't get is the recommendations that power the For You page, which are so useful and so popular. You don't get the training data and the feedback that makes it so scrollable, so addictive, that keeps you on the app all the time. And you don't get the models that predict what the user wants next to keep you on the site. So without the algorithm, it's just a video posting platform. Yeah. Once this all happens, the viral videos start to drop. The would be slower and less accurate, and also then your advertising starts to drop.
Right.
So there are so many things coming into play here.
So there's huge implications for that. Michael, I guess the question is, why do we care if the Chinese know what a 15-year-old American who lives in South Dakota actually views on TikTok? Because what are they really sharing, aside from potentially your name? I don't believe your phone number is on there, I don't think. But even if it is, who cares? Why is it such a security concern?
I mean, I'll go in to buy a hammer in a hardware store and I'll be asked what my phone number is.
Exactly.
I don't think that people, the vast majority of us, are probably too carefree with our personal data. Yeah. And the ones who are incredibly concerned are probably never going to have to fear anything from the American or Chinese governments. I would argue that there are probably a certain number of people in the world today who would say, I'd much rather the Chinese have my data than the Americans. I also don't know that there are big issues at play for your average person. Now, some would argue, this I 100% believe, that the reason why the Russians were maybe almost close to being successful during the election that Donald Trump won back in 2016 was because you have to be aware of cyber attacks. And it's something that the Russians continue to do in Europe today. And if, for instance, the Chinese have all of this information, I'm not a techie, I can't argue the point, but I could put forth a thesis that maybe having all of that data would actually help the Chinese in a way so that the For You information that you would get would be fake news, to use something we were talking about earlier. That would be my guess, is that once you have the data, it would then become so easy to be manipulated.
Yeah. Right. And I guess, but if playing devil's advocate here, just say the Oracle chairman and Michael Dell, or Kevin O'Leary, or Alexis Ohanian, or any of them take it over, then you've got the same issue, or Mark Zuckerberg for that matter, and it's taken over by Meta. You now have the same issue, but now America holds all that information, and now they're the powerhouse of the world with all of the ability to change your algorithm and tell you whatever they want you to believe. Gemma?
Yeah, well, whichever way you look at it, the power is going to be concentrated in this very small hands of tech bros who understand, I don't understand the algorithm. They understand deeply these kinds of things.
It understands me, though.
It understands you. It knows exactly what you want on your For You page. But yeah, I think whichever way you look at it, the power is still being held in a very small, sort of small hands.
Yeah, a developing story. January is the next deadline, but the 16th of December came and went. And finally, we've moved on to the point of the show where Gemma and Michael have brought some of the quirkier stories that they've scrolled the internet for to find today for us. Gemma, yours, first of all, is about lost luggage. It ends up in one place. I did not know this. Where does all the left luggage go to?
This is amazing. There is this big store in Alabama. It's called Unclaimed Baggage, which will give you some idea about what they do there. Now, in the US, if your baggage is not claimed after 90 days, this company gets it, not only in the airlines, but across bus depots, and they have got the entire country sewn up. They own absolutely everything. So you've got, on that 91st day, your luggage, if it's not claimed, is going to Unclaimed Baggage. It's a giant superstore where they have things like Rolex, they have Apple, they have Cartier, they have everything that you left in your luggage. I don't know if you've got Cartier and Rolex in your luggage.
Absolutely not.
But absolutely everything goes to this store. Now, what they do is they take it all, they take all the clothes. There's wedding dresses there. I mean, who left their wedding dress and decided, I'm not going to go back to it? Was it a really bad honeymoon or something? I mean, I don't know. And people go there and shop. They get 1 million visitors a year. It's very, very popular because things are at such a discount. You're getting Cartier at like 50% off. You know, the discounts are crazy. Now, one of my favourite things is that every day they have the unclaimed baggage experience, where if you're lucky and you get selected, you get to open one of the new suitcases that have arrived, like totally fresh, like Storage Wars, when they used to open the storage and you got to see whether you'd bought something really exciting or something a bit rubbish. And you get to unpack everything that's come out of this suitcase. It's quite voyeuristic, you know, looking into people's lives and kind of saying, oh, this is what you went on holiday with, but never brought back.
Would you shop here, Michael, buy somebody else's junk? You don't know what to get. You could be getting gold, or you could just get a underpants.
So I don't think I'd be shopping there, but I would definitely be up for opening up a suitcase that had never been opened up before to discover that first time what's inside. That would be exciting.
I'm fascinated by other people's items. That's why when I go to someone's house, if you ever invite me over, be aware, I sometimes rummage through your medicine cabinet to see.
Do you go through the cupboards?
I do.
You'll be like, I'm just getting to the bathroom. We're like, we know what you're doing, Jono.
And I'll Google what medication.
So when you open it in my house, there'll be nothing there except a little post-it that says, hi, Jono.
Knew you were coming. Michael, let's move on to your story. Fake Christmas trees, the price of these is going to skyrocket, and for a very good reason.
So Donald Trump, of course, has talked about his $37 dolls.
How have we made it a Donald Trump story? How?
Because the man is about everything right now. In 50 years, when we look back on this time, if we're still alive, we'll know it was the time of Trump. But anyhow, Donald Trump has gone on about how, you know, not every family needs to have, not every child needs to have 37 dolls. For some reason, that's the number that he's stuck on. But the reality is that the trees, you know, the gifts will be sitting under those trees. Those trees are becoming more and more expensive. Tariffs, of course, are adding up to it. There's one gentleman in the United States who has said that if you were to take us, it would cost $800 to build a tree. Today, it would cost now $3,000. He's saying it's gone up that much. That's one gentleman's comments about it. But what's most interesting is that fake trees are a massive moneymaker for the shops that are selling them. And that if you are an American putting up a Christmas tree, 80% of those people, it will be fake trees. And of that 80%, another 80% are actually buying trees that are already wrapped with lights. To do that, what happens is oftentimes the design aspect is done in the States, but the actual building and manufacturing, putting together of those trees, that's done in China. And the Chinese are paying $1.50, $2 max per hour. So they can afford to do that. But then when that's being done, it's being shipped over to the States. There's so much more money because of the tariffs, so the trees are now becoming almost too expensive for a lot of people.
It's quite labour intensive to make one of these fake trees. Is it possible that we could just start developing them in the US and then save all that money? Or is that an industry that takes a lot of time to develop and therefore it's not something we can have for the next foreseeable future?
So it's not a case of it does take a few hours, and in this particular AP story, they talked about the skills with which these Chinese men and women are able to do it. They're almost like Olympic athletes because they're so efficient at it.
Look forward to that in the next
Don't take
That would be great at the Olympics.
But there's no way that you could find people in the States who would do it for the cost. If that was the case, who's going to be buying, a $3,000, or it would have to be more, a $4,000 or $5,000 tree? It's just not going to happen. Now, I know when I was growing up in Canada, and I know the same thing happened in many parts of the United States, is that a couple of weeks ahead of Christmas, you'd go down and you'd cut your own tree down. And you pay a fee.
You can steal one. I was going to say it, but I wasn't sure it was up. You can steal one from the forest, and that's free, isn't it? That hasn't gone up by 80%.
No, that has not. But there are risks, I'll have you know, about doing it that way.
I can't imagine what they are.
No, I would imagine if you check out your for feed on TikTok, maybe you'll find out some of the issues.
Yeah, well, thanks for sprucing things up with that story, Michael.
There it is, sprucing it up.
We were waiting.
That was a tremendous effort on both your parts.
Yes.
And that's all that we've got time for on the show for today. A massive thanks to Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and also correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Thanks to both of you. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X, and GNT is on the way with Tom Burges Watson next. Have a good night. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up in the programme, as peace talks continue, Russia rules out making any territorial concessions and says that a Christmas truce proposed by Kyiv won't happen unless a full peace deal is signed by then. Plus, in a special debate, we'll be discussing the situation in Venezuela and asking, is President Trump seeking regime change, and are President Maduro's days numbered? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on Ukraine. And as peace talks continue, the Kremlin has said today that the Christmas truce proposed by Kyiv is going to depend on whether or not a full peace deal is reached by then. Well, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Monday that he supported the idea of a ceasefire during the holiday period. But Moscow says no deal would mean no truce. Meanwhile, Russia is also ruling out making any territorial concessions in the talks aimed at ending the war. Those latest comments come as European leaders weigh up whether or not to agree to the use of frozen Russian funds to compensate Ukraine. Let's get more now. We can speak to William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine, who joins us now from Washington. Ambassador Taylor, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. President Trump says we're closer now than we've ever been to a deal to end the war. And I want to start by asking you if that's the way things look to you and how you rate the chances of a deal by the end of the year.
Tom, we might be closer than we've ever been before, but I'm not sure we're close because I'm not sure the Russians are ready. The Russians need to be pushed. They need to be pressured. Putin needs to feel the pressure from the United States and Europe to come to a deal. I've seen no indication that he is. Now, that said, I do believe that the unity or at least the close to consensus among the Ukrainians and Americans and Europeans is probably better than it has been before. I mean, they've clearly spent a lot of time together over the past week. And I think the American negotiators, for example, are now better understanding where the Ukrainians are coming from, and they understand the strong support that Ukraine has from Europe. So in that regard, those three are getting closer than ever before.
Right, so the cracks that appeared to exist in the unity of the Europeans and the Americans, let's say a week or 10 days ago, you're saying are less present now than they were?
I think so. They're not eliminated because there's still debate on a couple of issues between the Europeans and the Ukrainians and the Americans. So it's not quite there in terms of 100% agreement. But it's certainly better than it was, as you say, a week and a half ago. They've spent a lot of time together. They've exchanged ideas. They understand. I think the Americans, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and the others that are there in Berlin, I think they understand where the Ukrainians are coming from and how strongly the Ukrainians feel about prevailing, about not going under the thumb of the Russians.
Right. So, I mean, Zelensky's in the middle of, on the one hand, the Europeans saying don't hand over anything, the Trump administration saying hand over swathes of your territory, and he's having to choose who he listens to. And you're saying that perhaps they're coming from perhaps less extreme positions now than they were, the two sides.
Zelensky has been very clear. Neither he nor, more importantly, the Ukrainian people are at all interested in handing over territory to the Russians. Now, that said, President Zelensky and probably many, not all, Ukrainians are willing to acknowledge the fact that the Russians illegally occupy 19% of Ukrainian territory. That is, Ukrainians understand that the Russians are there. They're in Crimea. They're in Donbass. They're in 19% of Ukrainian territory. And they'd be willing to, not willing, they can accept that the Russians are there temporarily. The Ukrainians will never give up, Tom. This is an important distinction. The Ukrainians will never give up claim to that 19%, legal claim to that 19%. That's internationally recognized Ukrainian territory, and the Ukrainians are not going to give up claim to that. They will acknowledge, however, the fact that the Russians are there temporarily, and the Ukrainians hope that at some point in the future, probably not by military means, they'll get it back.
Doesn't Zelensky face the risk of a massive backlash within Ukraine if he signs off on a document, were such a document to exist, and we're still not quite sure on the legalities of it, but signing off swathes of his country's territory?
Not only a backlash, President Zelensky will not do that. He doesn't want, that's not good for the country. Ukrainians will not accept it. He understands that. He won't accept it. So I don't think I don't think he's giving a thought to signing over legal claim to that territory. I don't think it's there.
And what about the chances of Zelensky being replaced in the weeks or months ahead? I mean, the United States was sounding like it wanted Ukraine to hold an election a few days ago. We haven't heard quite so much about it in recent days. Why does the US think it's necessary, given the current situation in Ukraine, for there to be an election?
That's a Putin talking point, Tom, as you've reported. Putin has been on that line for a long time.
So why has it become a Trump talking point?
It came because he was asked the question and he blurted it out. I don't believe, as you say, that we haven't heard much of that lately. And the reason is the Americans have talked to the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians have explained. President Zelensky has said, look, I'm going to go for elections sooner or later. I'm going to go for elections when the fighting stops, when it's secure enough to have an election, when it's secure enough to have a campaign, when it's secure enough for soldiers on the front line to come back and vote, when it's secure enough for people lining up at polling places not to be targeted by the Russian bombs. When that happens, then President Zelensky has said, am happy to go for elections. He's ready to do that. And I think the Americans understand that now, while the Russians bombard cities over and over every night, daily, now it is impossible to have elections. So that's just, it's not an interesting topic to have elections right now for the Ukrainians. And I think the Americans are beginning to understand that. The Europeans understand that well.
The Russians have made another pronouncement today. They've said they won't make any territorial concessions, whether it's Donbass, Crimea, or Novorossiya. They're not going to give up any territory at all, they've said. I'm not sure how much territory they've been asked to give up. But while we're on the subject of concessions, I mean, up until this point, can you identify a single concession that's been extracted by the Witkoff-Kushner team from the Russian side?
None. I can't identify anything that the Russians have been asked to give up. The Russians invaded nearly 4 years ago. I keep track. It's like 1,392 days, Tom. 1,392 days ago, the Russians invaded. And they've been invading and bombarding and killing Ukrainians, civilians as well as military, for nearly 4 years. And so they've been asked to give up nothing. And as you just said, the Ukrainians are being asked to give up territory, to give up claim to their legally blessed, internationally recognized territory. So no, I don't see anything that the Russians are giving up. They just need to stop this war. And in order to get them to get there, we need to put pressure on them.
Right, pressure on them. And yet a lot of the pressure seems to be on President Zelensky. For example, President Trump said a couple of days ago, aiming his comments at President Zelensky, when you start a war, you better make sure you've got enough missiles and you can win it. But President Zelensky, by most people's account, didn't start the war. Why do you think there's a misunderstanding at such a high level in the United States about the very basics of who started this war and why?
That was a while ago, Tom. Let's be clear. President Trump may have said that a while ago. No one believes that. As you say, no one believes it. The Russians understand who started this war. They admit it. No, there's no confusion by anyone, on anyone's part, about who started this war. It's clearly the Russians who began it, unprovoked. They can stop it, but they need to feel the pressure. They need to feel the pressure. And President Trump has leverage. He can bring that pressure economically, financially, militarily, politically. He can put pressure on Putin to stop this war. He just needs to decide to do that.
OK, well, one thing that's changed in the last few days appears to be the US position on security guarantees for Ukraine. There seems to be a bit of a breakthrough here and a sort of what's been described as an Article 5-like guarantee. How would that work? Why is that significant?
It's very significant. It's very significant. What that would say is the United States, presumably supported by the Europeans, would recognize an attack on Ukraine by the Russians as an attack on the United States. That's the Article 5 commitment that underlies the NATO treaty and other treaties that the Americans have with other nations. So that would be very important. That's a strong signal to the Russians not to attack again. If there is a ceasefire or if the fighting stops and the security guarantee goes into effect, passed by the Congress, by the way, supported and legalized and ratified by the U.S. Senate and the U.S. Congress, that is a legally binding commitment by the Americans to come to the defense of Ukraine, just as if the United States were attacked by the Russians. So that's very significant. And the Europeans are eager to join that commitment.
OK, I mean, let's start looking at what happens next. I mean, the revised version of the peace plan is now going to be presented to the Russians again with this security guarantee contained therein. What happens if the Russians just say, no, there's no way we're going to sign a deal that looks like that? Where does that leave President Trump's negotiating team?
That leaves President Trump with the decision to put pressure on Putin to change his mind. The Americans and the Ukrainians and the Europeans will be united, as we've talked about. They will present that unified front proposal offer to the Russians. And if the Russians turn it down, then President Trump and the Europeans will have to put pressure on Putin to come around. And as I say, military pressure, long-range weapons, these Tomahawk missiles that the Americans can provide to the Ukrainians can go deep into Russia and disrupt their attacks on Ukraine. There are more sanctions to cut off the funds going into the Russian economy and the Russian treasury and that fund the war machine. The Europeans are about to make a decision on this $300 billion worth of Russian central bank reserves, make that available to the Ukrainians to keep them going for 3 years. All of that will demonstrate to Putin that he can't wait us out. He can't wait the Americans out, the Europeans out, certainly can't wait the Ukrainians out. Once he understands that, he's going to have to come to the table and make a deal.
Yeah, I mean, not all of the European countries are in favor of those billions of Russian euros being confiscated, so to speak, and given to Ukraine. What does the United States think about that issue? Does the US encourage the Europeans to go ahead and basically seize those assets?
Some of the early proposals drafted by the Russians, by the way, had other uses in mind for that $300 billion. So in this early as so-called 28-point plan that was drafted by the Russians, given to Steve Witkoff, in that 28-point plan, there showed up some ideas about how to use that $300 billion for joint projects with Americans and Russians. That's now been scrapped. The Americans have not come out strongly in favor of using that $300 billion, and they don't have to. The Americans don't really have a claim. They have maybe $5 billion in American banks that they can do something with. But the bulk of those, about $300 billion, is in Europe, and the bulk of that is in Belgium, and the bulk of that is in Euroclear. And so that is where the decision is made on the use of this $300 billion.
Right. I mean, the Belgians and the Italians seem to be amongst those expressing most concern and most unease about seizing that money. Just to sort of bring this conversation to a conclusion, Ambassador, I mean, does it sound to you, does it look to you like the Russians want peace, or do you think they would rather fight on, at least in the medium term, and take more territory?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're exactly right, Tom. That's what they want to drag it out. They want to take more territory. They want to continue to kill Ukrainians. Putin has said he doesn't think Ukraine's a real country, and he's happy to overtake it, to absorb it into Russia. That's what he's been doing. He's given no, as we talked about earlier, there's no indication he's ready to sit down and make a deal until and unless President Trump puts real pressure, tough pressure on Putin to come to the table. That's what it's going to take. Otherwise, Putin is not interested in negotiating, compromising, or ending this war.
And just lastly, Ambassador, I mean, I know you've visited Ukraine recently and you've served there as ambassador and you know the country well. And I'm just wondering on your latest visits whether you've detected any dip in morale, if you've noticed any change in the resolve of the Ukrainian people and their government.
Tom, the Ukrainian people have been battered for 4.5 years and 3.5 years, coming up on 4 years. And the attacks on the energy system, on the electricity and gas and even the nuclear distribution, they are going without electricity and heat and light for many hours a day, even in Kyiv, around the country. So they are tired and they are angry. So in answer to your question about morale, they're determined that they won't give in to the barbarians, the Russians. They will not give in to the Russians. They will continue to fight. They are tired. They want this to end. And they want the Americans to put pressure on Putin to make it end.
OK, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth are holding closed-door classified briefings today for all 100 US senators on the situation in Venezuela. It's expected this will be followed by a briefing to the House of Representatives. Well, during the last 3.5 months, Washington has ordered more than 20 deadly strikes on boats off the coast of Venezuela, and there's been a significant build-up of US military force in the Caribbean. Well, the Trump administration says this is an armed conflict with drug cartels and accuses the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, of playing a role in supporting illegal drugs, which kill Americans. This is something the Venezuelan president denies. Meanwhile, the Venezuelan opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, who was awarded this year's Nobel Peace Prize, says she absolutely supports President Trump's strategy. And she says that Venezuela ought to be a top priority for US national security.
And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
So what are President Trump's intentions? Where could things be heading to from here? And which countries would come to Venezuela's assistance in the event that the situation escalates? Well, to discuss this, I'm joined today by two guests. We're joined by Diego Sequeira, a Venezuelan journalist who joins us from Caracas. We're also joined by Dr. David Ramadan, former Republican representative for Virginia and professor of political science at George Mason University in Washington. Thank you both very much indeed for coming to see us. Let me start by asking you, Dr. Ramadan. It's been reported that the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth are holding this closed-door classified briefing for all senators, and that'll be followed by another briefing for all representatives today about strategy towards Venezuela. What do you think is about to happen?
Good morning, Tom. Thanks for having me. The question here is, will there be a ground invasion or ground military operation or not? And that is most likely why the administration is updating Congress today on what is happening. In order for the President of the United States to use any ground troops, it is pretty much agreed upon in the legal community that he will need Congress to approve that. He does not need Congress to approve the water attacks and the limited operations that are taking place today as part of the war against narcotics or to stop narcotics from getting into the United States. But any land incursion or any land operation that involves U.S. troops will require Congress' approval. And that's why today it is reported that Secretary of State Rubio and Secretary of War Hegseth are on Capitol Hill updating and informing members of Congress of both the Senate and the House of the situation on the ground, possible options, what the U.S. can and not necessarily planning, but the options for the U.S. president. I do not believe that the U.S. president has made any decisions at this point beyond the increased pressure and the increased sanctions and the continuation of targeting small boats as they are smuggling narcotics, and the sanctions or the extension of sanctions by grabbing U.S. tankers under the U.S. sanctions. Venezuelan tankers under the U.S. sanctions. So all options are on the table. It is a tense situation. It is escalating, but the exact intentions are not determined yet.
Okay, thanks for that. Diego, let me turn to you. What we're looking at here is the largest U.S. regional military presence in decades. What does this look like to you there in Venezuela?
Well, first of all, I think Mr. David is right regarding what this possible meeting could be about, especially because I don't think the uniformity of, the narrative so far has been successful, and you have a significant pushback by Democrats in Congress and Senate, and some Republicans. So it makes sense in that way. Also, from the ground, I mean, you don't see, like I've been stressing this for many times in several interviews, and you don't see any kind of social breaking point going on. People still are more concerned about the holidays, are more concerned about making the money for the festivities, and perhaps a bit more uncomfortable now that we learned, for example, that the Baseball Caribbean Series, which were supposed to be held in Caracas in February, for the time being are being withdrawn by three of the countries, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and Mexico. But up to this point, I still believe it's more about ramping up pressure and trying to make things happen from within in order to make it easier for regime change. And I think it's about regime change. I think the narrative of the narcotics has been not successful. And you even got Susie Wiles just now stating to Vanity Fair that this is not about drug indictments, this is about pressure. So I think it is part of the process. And maybe I could also add that precisely because of the narrative hasn't been so successful, they're shifting it in order to make sense. And yes, the recent seizure of a tanker shows also that the economic features of this are like the most important, precisely to try to achieve that breaking point inside Venezuela.
Okay, you're saying it's not happening yet. Let me ask you, Dr. Ramadan, I mean, does this look to you like President Trump wants regime change there in Venezuela?
I don't think that that's a mystery. I believe he does. However, that doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen. even though that would be the preference of President Trump today, unannounced preference to have a regime change and get rid of Maduro, he is still open for negotiations. President Trump is a transactional guy, always has been, always will be, and he has requirements, and he's got a set of conditions that he would like to see in Venezuela. Including how does that affect the United States on immigration issues, on drug issues, and how does that affect the region in the hemisphere? The United States is very interested in recalculating its position in that area of the world. So if Maduro comes to the table with agreement to what Donald Trump wants, then he could likely survive this, and there would be no regime change. But is it the preference of the United States or President Trump? I don't think that's hidden at all. He never said it per se, but yeah, he would prefer to get rid of Maduro.
Okay, and I mean, let me just stay with you for a moment, Dr. Ramadan, because I mean, if this does develop and escalate into a conflict, I'm wondering how that's going to go down in the United States, especially from President Trump's support base, given that he campaigned on a platform that would be more about ending wars than starting new ones. What are your thoughts?
For his base, for the MAGA segment of the Republican Party, and for the Republican Party overall, he can do whatever he wants and he gets away with it. It's as simple as that. He said at one point during one of the campaigns that he could walk out on Fifth Avenue, shoot somebody, and still get the support of his base, and that is absolutely true. So there may be some rumblings here and there, but he will have the absolute support of his base because he can justify it for them based on this narrative of drugs and security and immigration in the United States, which the base supports 100%. That does not necessarily mean it's going to play well for President Trump with independents, and certainly not with the Democrats. With an upcoming midterm election in 2026, there's a debate here. Does this help the Republicans that are quite behind in public opinion and likely are about to lose Congress, or does it hurt Republicans in Congress? In general, in traditional wisdom here, conventional wisdom says that normally when you have a war, America gets together and that supports the war president. I don't think that's going to play well this time, especially because he came in as anti-war president and now he's narrating it this way. So the political factor outside of his base will not be helpful. But politically within his base, within the Republican Party, he'll have an absolute support by Republicans.
Okay, Diego, let's talk about Mr. Maduro's support base, because we've heard quite a lot from the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, and we'll talk more about him in a bit. But what he said is that a conflict in Venezuela would see Venezuelans joining together in support of President Maduro. Do you agree with that? And just tell us how popular you think President Maduro is in Venezuela right now.
You know, I do agree with President Lukashenko, and I also, to some extent, agree one more time with Mr. David. Maybe some slight difference on some of the elements, but you have to keep in mind that one thing is support for President Maduro, and another one is support a military incursion of sorts against Venezuela. This goes beyond the Chavista base. This actually touches a very well-rooted nationalism here that doesn't. Regardless of what the political take is, they won't accept and won't celebrate, other than a small faction, any kind of external violent means to ensue some sort of regime change to realign the country to U.S. strategic interest. So yes, also this kind of situation also helps Maduro in the sense that it is the typical rally around the flag situation, maybe at some point very proactive, as he still has a very strong base. And but this also adds up to people who don't agree with this kind of situation. It would rather find any kind, if there's a problem, any kind of internal political resolution.
Okay, but Diego, let me just put this to you, because, I mean, looking at the stats about Venezuela over the last 2 decades, I mean, it's gone from being a wealthy petrostate to being a country that has teetered on the brink of social and economic collapse. And some other facts are, it's ranked as being the 9th most corrupt country in the world by Transparency International. Unemployment is pretty acute. The 2nd highest murder rate in the world. High infant mortality. Why do President Maduro's supporters continue to support him?
I think first of all, you have two things here. Those seems to be outdated numbers in many aspects. And also you have the spin that's usually the case with the NGO industrial complex and others. And also it's very important to realize how much the causes are being blurred of what actually happened and why Venezuela has gone through so much, especially the last decade or 12 years or so. So it's not as easy as fitting the narrative outside of Venezuela and what we have been going through here and what many things have actually improved, especially the last 4 years, economically speaking, security-wise and otherwise. And that doesn't mean, of course, that Venezuela is in a rosy picture and everything's perfect and wonderful. It isn't, of course, but it has a normalcy that it's quite better than it was, yes, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, which was really, really tough. That's true, but we are actually far from that. And you can see with precisely, for example, the numbers that regarding oil production or even the current economic figures, including, for example, its inflation, which was like a staple reference. I mean, yes, 5 years ago, and this is acknowledged by the Venezuelan Central Bank, inflation reached 130,000%. And this doesn't happen organically. This has also external factors operating in there. And now it's tamed to single numbers, single digits. There are important problems. One of them, economically speaking, is precisely the value of the Bolivar, the Venezuelan currency, which it's still plunged and it's problematic on a daily basis. But still, people who are here are very able to manage and live through a normal life, regardless of the stressful situation it can become sometimes. So it's not that picture, which of course it's useful for many things, especially procedural things. It's not the actual reality. Although at this point, it's not even a concern to shift that perception, because it's pointless if you really are convinced and need to be convinced of these numbers and these stats and so forth. Transparency International, of course, does this. But it's funny how they also focus mostly on the global South countries and don't do anything about structural corruption. We can talk about for example, the drug trafficking. Talk about how much that drug money goes through the financial system, so through very respectful financial entities, and that's nothing that's actually clearly addressed. So that also explains this. And above all, talking about narratives and talking about making it viable for the people inside the United States to think it's worthy, that it's justifiable to start proper kinetic military operations inside Venezuelan territory. You have two factors to home in here. One of them, of course, it's the polls. I know at least 3 polls recent from last week's, from 4 to 5, 3 weeks, that actually, one, they see through the narrative. They don't believe that this is something that's going to improve their lives. Second, they don't believe it's true. And third, they don't support war. And that's also, by the way, it's symmetrical to the polls that you can find inside Venezuela. So, and you have another factor that I think is far more sensitive, and of course I think the U.S. government is aware of. It's what happens with the energy uncertainty and suddenly a surge on the WTI and then finally on Brent, and what's going to mean that in the cost of fuel inside of the United States. And these are factors that are going to actually affect mostly the base of the United States, especially the fuel factors. So this brings the other variants that need to be analyzed. It goes beyond whatever political or other ideological interest there might be behind this. And when I say ideological interest, I'm not thinking about President Trump. I'm thinking more about Marco Rubio and the Southern Florida politicians inside Congress, by the way.
Okay, Dr. Hamdan, feel free to respond to any of that. But since we've mentioned narcotics more than once in this discussion already, I want to ask you how sure you think the Trump administration is that there is compelling evidence that Venezuela is indeed, as it seems to think, either a transit country or a producing country of narcotics, or both.
They're 100% sure that it's both, and that has been shown to members of the administration, or proven by the members of the administration and shown to members of Congress. So the question of are they carrying drugs or not is not an issue. That the administration is pretty, and the intelligence is pretty sure that that's the case. And ideologically here, this is not a matter of ideology. This is a matter of national security strategy. President Trump, Marco Rubio, Secretary of War, this administration believes that this Western Hemisphere is a priority. They do and believe that they need to counter the threats that's coming into the Western Hemisphere from external powers such as China, Russia, Iran, and that they have to secure their grip on the region. They see Venezuela as a conduit for that. They see Venezuela as a point of entry for these other powers into the Western Hemisphere, and therefore it is quite important, whether we use the drug narrative as the entry or whether we use any other narrative as the entry, that the United States absolutely must impose its hegemony, its influence on this region, and Venezuela needs to come in line. So it's up to Maduro. Does he change his tactics or change his positioning and back down from making Venezuela a point of entry to foreign powers into the area that are enemies or adversaries of the United States? Or does he not? And if he does not, then there's likely going to be a regime change, or at least an attempt for regime change by the United States, period.
Diego, let me turn to you on the subject of narcotics. It's been reported that 2 of President Maduro's nephews were arrested on charges of conspiring to bring 800 kilos of cocaine into the United States. Let me ask you about that. And very simply, do you believe, I think I know the answer to this, that Venezuela is a narco state? And is President Maduro the leader of the Cartel de los Soles, or the Cartel of the Suns? How do you respond to all of that?
Well, first, let's go through the data. Let's go about the UN Drug and Crime Organization, the World Customs Organization, and even the DEA. At least the 2024 report of the DEA, there's a single mention of Venezuela. They do acknowledge, and so does the Venezuelan government, that Venezuela could be a transit route depends on the stats. It's from 5 to 8% of the transit route into. Not even straight into the United States, but into Central America and other crossings into the United States. So that's one of the elements. Now, regarding the Cartel de los Soles and the whole narco-state narrative, I think first if you know the origins of the Cartel de los Soles, where it actually started, you have to head back to 1993. Far before the Bolivarian Revolution reaching to office, and see that it was precisely the National Guard General Ramon Guillén Dávila, who was actually working with the CIA, who was then arrested, indicted, and processed, and also became a witness. And there's a 60 Minutes show by Mike Wallace back then showing how actually the CIA was even working against the DEA in Venezuela, trying to push, cocaine into Florida. And also talking about narco states, after that, in 2005 is the moment that the Cartel de los Soles reappeared. And it was through a Miami Herald report. And the source who talked about el Cartel de los Soles was basically, they say, was a high-level diplomat in Venezuela. That high-level diplomat in Venezuela, of course, was William Brownfield, U.S. ambassador back then. And it has been an on and off concept they've been using, according to the juncture, ever since, with no actual proof of that kind of structural statewide effort of drug trafficking ever since. This goes back to the Chavez days now. And also, yes, one thing is conspiring and then also indicted for actually smuggling, like they did with Juan Orlando Hernandez, former Honduran president, who actually pushed, and this was proven by the Southern Manhattan courts, that he actually pushed 400 tons of cocaine into Venezuela and into the United States, and he was actually condemned for 45 years in jail. Juan Orlando Hernandez, he was just recently pardoned by President Trump himself, within the context of the Honduras election. So what does that tell you about precisely the drugs? So I think it's pretty much counterfactual, and it's not the case. I think it's, one more time, it seemed viable, especially, like I said, procedurally, in the sense that it's easier to face a security, quote unquote, situation than a war with another state. So it was needed to do this paradigm shift, this character assassination, in the sense that we're not fighting dictatorship, we're fighting a crime organization. And this started in 2019 when William Barr actually indicted Maduro with all this, and it has been building up ever since. But this is a practical approach. And yes, I also agree with Mr. David regarding this has to do as well with the national security strategy, the recent one that was released like a week ago. And it also proved that one of the main concerns is precisely Venezuela's engagement, yes, with multipolarity in particular, and especially with the, well, let's call it the three Eurasian players here, Russia, China, and Iran. And yes, they need to close the hemisphere for them, and they need to muster, again, enough strength in order to actually face the Asian century, specifically China in that sense. And that also, it's something you can see if you know who was the main guy actually in the writing of the strategy. And this is Elbridge Colby, a very well-known China hawk. And this explains that, this does explain that now. It is not only about roughing up countries that are not towing the line in the hemisphere. We see it the other way around as well. We saw what happened in Argentina, the offer of this massive bailout for Javier Milei, for example, or what happened in what is already ongoing in Honduras, and how it started from a Trump Truth Social post defending Juan Orlando Hernandez, supporting the Partido Nacional candidate against the Libre candidate, and how that also helps to shape up the alignment inside the hemisphere. So it is about geopolitics in that sense. And it is ideological also, I might add, to respond to Mr. David, because one thing it's Trump that I do believe that he could go halfway in a negotiation that he could conceive as beneficial. But another thing is, let's call it the late neocon ideas of just reality shaping at will. And I think that it has both things there.
All right, Diego, I'm sorry, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. I'd like to thank you both very much indeed for taking part in this discussion about Venezuela. Diego Sequeira, you had the last word. Thank you very much indeed as well to Dr. David Ramadan. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now we're going to head to the Middle East, and as winter storms move in, Gaza's humanitarian crisis is worsening. Well, heavy rains and cold weather have caused heavy flooding across the war-torn strip. After 2 years of warfare, the majority of Palestinians there are now living in tents and makeshift shelters, structures that offer little protection from the rain or the cold. Well, there are already reports of babies dying from hypothermia. Well, as the humanitarian crisis worsens in Gaza, Israel's policies are reshaping reality in the occupied West Bank. The Israeli government has approved the formalization of 19 settlement outposts as independent settlements. That's the third wave of such policies. Well, rights groups warn that settler attacks against Palestinians have forcibly displaced 44 communities across the West Bank during the past 2 years. Well, settlement outposts are considered illegal under international law. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Abbas Dahouk, who is a senior military advisor to the U.S. Department of State and Middle Eastern Affairs. He joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. I'd just like to ask you what your understanding is of where we are in the phased peace process. How close are we to entering phase 2?
Well, thank you for having me on your show. I mean, we're currently still obviously in phase 1, and it's being implemented. It's a conditional ceasefire, as you've seen. Hamas still not trusting the Israelis to not to strike at them, and at the same time, Israel still suspicious of every movement Hamas does within its territories. And phase 2 is being implemented. There's a lot of discussions on the characteristics of the International Stabilization Force, on their authorities, and so forth. And you have the president, Prime Minister Netanyahu is coming to the U.S. this month, and I think that will be a major discussions on the parameters of phase 2 based on U.S. perhaps conditions and also Israeli conditions, and how to merge these conditions together to be implemented sometime next year.
Right, but when you look at the numbers and you see that since October the 10th, some 380 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, I mean, there are many who say this is a ceasefire in name only. What do you say to that?
Well, it is a conditional ceasefire from the Israeli perspective. It's obviously the intents of the military operations are not the same like the one before the ceasefire. I mean, clearly the operations has decreased. But yes, this is unfortunate. I mean, 400, I think we mentioned, killed thus far during the ceasefire. This is something U.S. government, Trump administration is very concerned about. But at the same time, you look at Israel is looking at its own security interests, and unfortunately, Hamas and the Gaza population are intertwined, and Israel has a high tolerance of collateral damage. So that's why we're seeing that this unfortunate casualties. But yes, those are you can look at them as a violation of ceasefire, but when it comes to security, I think either Hamas securing themselves or Israelis securing themselves, they'll perhaps do the same thing to protect their interests.
But when you read about every person that's killed in Gaza, every child, every person that's orphaned, everyone that's maimed, the amputees, and you think about the generational impact that's going to have on people from Gaza and how they're going to be bearing these psychological scars for generations. I mean, there is a strong argument that Israel's security is undermined with every passing day, given the level of pent-up hatred that must exist the other side of a fence or a border wall. Is that a message you put across to the Trump administration?
Yeah, I mean, you're correct. I mean, this, violence begets more violence, and especially between the Israeli and the Palestinians all through history. Violence has not achieved anything on both sides, and it's clearly Israel has the heavy hand in this fight between each other, and there's a lot of innocent lives has been shed on both sides, but mainly on the Palestinian side. I mean, this is the Israelis' decision-making process. It feels like this is something they have to do for one reason or another. But from the U.S. perspective, whether it's this current administration or administration before that, or the U.S. Population writ large, this kind of collateral damage of innocent children, elderly, a woman is not tolerated, and is something Israel has to deal with it in the future as well. So it is tough to do anything about it from the U.S. perspective at this point. But I agree with you. This is something it's not good for anybody, especially for the Israeli people and Israeli government.
Let's go back to talking about the ceasefire itself and the deal. When we look at phase 1, and I know you say phase 1 is not yet completed and we're not yet into phase 2, but when we look at what's happened so far, so obviously the hostages were released by Hamas. In return, a number of Palestinian detainees have been freed as well. All of the bodies of detainees have been returned with the exception of one, and I gather efforts are ongoing to locate that one deceased captive. Would you say that the Palestinians, so I'm talking here about Hamas, would you say they have fulfilled their side of the deal?
I mean, you still have one holding one deceased hostage, so it's the deal is not finished yet. But I think this delay in the process here is advantageous for both. Advantageous for the Israeli government and also for Hamas. Both of them are not sure which way they will enter phase 2. So I think this is, as you know, releasing the dead hostage should not be an issue. This as easy and it's much easier than having a life hostage or the other hostages. So there's a reason why this is the hostage. I think, from my opinion, Hamas is still holding it because Hamas also trying to figure out what would happen in phase 2. And clearly in phase 2, Hamas should not have a role in it. Hamas, they will relinquish their governance. They should be disarmed. And this is something Hamas has not agreed on any of that yet. So we shall wait and see. I mean, both have to do certain things to finish phase 1, but Hamas has to do most of the work here. Again, has to disarm itself and has to relinquish governance to the transitional authority that it's coming with phase 2.
Right, and we've been told about this board of peace that's going to be set up. President Trump says it'll happen as early as 2026. Well, that's what we've understood. And that kings, presidents and prime ministers will be on that board of peace. I mean, who do you think he's got in mind?
Well, you have the board of peace, and also you have the also transitional authority, and then you have the civil military coordination cell, which is the U.S. presence and the ISF, the International Stabilization Force. So the board of peace is on top of these two different entities, and obviously President Trump, he's very interested in it. He will lead the board, and he has invited European and leaders from the region. So it's kind of unclear who would join that board. But if it's up to President Trump, he will have probably a King of Jordan and maybe a couple of leaders from the GCC countries and a few European leaders as well.
Let's also talk about Israel's side of the bargain here. It's been reported, and we've spoken to a lot of aid workers on the ground who've told us that nothing like enough humanitarian aid, medical aid, is getting through to the people of Gaza who are living in squalid conditions, in makeshift camps, and with winter storms destroying what little dignity they have left. I'm wondering why you think it is that Israel is not allowing adequate humanitarian aid to reach these people who clearly desperately need it.
I think it's two things. One, Israel thinks that, or they were saying some of the aid coming in has dual use, perhaps which will empower Hamas to do their own operations or to empower their authorities inside Gaza. And the second thing also, they feel that as long as Hamas is controlling the aid, Hamas will continue to have the power over the population inside Gaza, and they're calling the shots. And that's something Israel does not want. Israel is using this humanitarian aid, unfortunately, to weaken Hamas. But while they're doing that, at the same time, they're punishing the regular Gaza citizens. So it's a double-edged sword. Israel is looking at punishing Hamas, limiting their authorities in Gaza, but at the same time, the collateral damage is depriving the rest of the population from, like you mentioned, a dire humanitarian aid and need for themselves in terms of food or maybe shelter and some extra articles for this coming winter.
Very hard to put that rationale to a malnourished child in a flooded tent in Gaza. That's
very true. I mean, I understand. It's just if you What happened is in Israel, I mean, not to justify it, but I was in Israel 30 days ago, and we did cross all the way to the yellow line on the east of Gaza City. And by the way, the yellow line is still a line on the map, has not been identified on the ground yet. Still not sure where the yellow line is going to be. And you do have 53% of Gaza under Israeli control. And Israel is they're looking at their security as number one. And unfortunately, again, we can't justify it. I can't justify it, and you can't justify it. But for the Israeli citizen and for the Israeli decision makers, seems it's a good thing for them to protect their own security and their own safety at all costs, even it's cost the depriving children and elderly from shelter and perhaps food supplies.
But one has to question Israel's motivations whilst talking about the yellow line. When we hear comments like the comments made by the Israeli Army Chief of Staff, Eyal Zamir, who said that yellow line will be a new border for Israel. I mean, it sounds like Israel's planning to annex a huge chunk of Gaza.
Well, I think it was clear that this part of Gaza will be demilitarized and for the given future. Israel will not allow the emergence of Hamas in this new east of Gaza, and that eastern part of Gaza, that 50% of Gaza right now that under the Israeli control, will definitely not allow any Hamas presence whatsoever. So is an annexation? I don't think at this point, perhaps it's a wishful thinking for the Israelis. I mean, the United States, I don't think will support something like this at the moment. But the Israeli government and the Israeli people, they feel that they need to contain Gaza. What happened October 6th was devastating. The first time ever war will enter inside Israeli territory. Most of the Arab Israeli wars were out in Arab territories. This one, the first time inside their territories. And they have to, the Israeli government has to prove to its citizens that they are secure, and they will not allow to allow Hamas that close to their to their settlements. So at this point, it's occupied territories. Will it be annexed or not? It's not part of Phase 2. It's not part of the peace plan that President Trump put forward. So we'll just have to wait and see.
And just lastly, another issue that makes me question where things are heading to from here. We're told that the Rafah border crossing, which connects Gaza to Egypt, could at some stage in the not too distant future reopen, but only for one-way traffic, i.e. people leaving Gaza but no one coming back in again. I mean, doesn't that raise a bit of a red flag?
There is a red flag for sure, but that's something also, this is part of the negotiations. This is something Israel also uses as a token for negotiations. And as also a carrot, like we say in the diplomatic talk. They're not flexible at this point, but with discussions and with the clear, focus on Phase 2 or new conditions, that could be eased up a little bit. But at this point, Israel is very strict. Will not allow anybody to enter, and not allow to bring any weapons or anything like that through borders. And this is something Israel border control is very important part of Phase 2. They want guarantees from the United States and others that those borders will be controlled very tightly.
Okay, well, we're out of time. We're going to have to leave it there. But thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Abbas Dahouk, Senior Military Advisor to the U.S. Department of State, Middle East Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, your host, Ellie Kohanim in New York, where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and reshaping the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be looking at the stories making headlines right now. Let's get started. This week, my guest is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large for Newsweek, Senior Counsel for the Article 3 Project, and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Josh, you've been a leading voice in the conservative movement. You were a good friend of Charlie Kirk's. From what I understand, you were in touch on an almost daily basis. Can you share with us your assessment of where the conservative movement is now in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination?
Well, Ellie, happy to answer that. First of all, just want to say it's great to be with you on your brand new show, and wishing you a hearty congratulations on this wonderful new show as well. I hope that it is extraordinarily successful. So Charlie was a friend of mine, much as you are a friend as well, Ellie. And Charlie and I had gotten closer over the final year and a half or so, give or take, of his life. And it's true, we actually were in touch as recently as less than 24 hours prior to his tragic assassination on September 10th. In fact, the night before, he actually had organized a Zoom call with me, with Rabbi Pesach Wilicki, and a couple others, just trying to talk through strategies for his forthcoming campus tour, especially when it comes to trying to combat hatred of Jews and anti-Israel animus and so forth on college campuses. So we were in touch, and his loss is a monumental one, and it is one that we are still feeling. And to your question, is actually not at all a coincidence in my mind that you've now seen the floodgates of all of some just utterly horrific seething hatred and animus that has burst through the floodgates in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination. In hindsight, it seems pretty obvious, and some of us recognize this while he was still alive, but it should be deeply obvious to those now in hindsight, if it wasn't at the time, that Charlie really was the glue holding a lot of the American right together, that in many ways he and his organization were the dam holding up a lot of the floodgates of some really nasty and dark stuff. So in the tragic aftermath of Charlie now, I think you're seeing a lot of individuals who are cynically trying to jockey for market share and trying to exploit his death to try to hijack the movement, to try to take in a particularly dark or conspiratorial direction. And a lot of it is fairly ugly. No one knows that, Ellie, more than me, especially after Candace Owens accused me of having foreknowledge and therefore complicity in Charlie's assassination, and an utterly mentally insane thing to say that once upon a time would have been fit for a lunatic asylum in this country. But following that, Ellie, I mean, I can't even tweet "the sky is blue" without getting a flood of Nazis in the replies of my social media feed. So it's nasty. Some of it happens, I think, to be bot foreign funded. It actually was a brand new study just this week from the NCRA, the Network Contagion Research Institute, showing that a lot of Nick Fuentes' social media traction seems to come from foreign bot farms in places like Pakistan and Nigeria and so forth. But some of it is organic, some of it is real. And there are real divides. Not all of it is foreign. There are indeed some very real divides. And those of us who are on the pro-Western civilization side of this argument have our hands full right now, because we are dealing with a lot of folks who think of themselves perhaps as being of, for, and by the right, but they're really not. They're actually of, for, and by team barbarism, not team civilization, as Charlie would have phrased it. So Ellie, we got to do the best we can on a day in, day out basis there. I'm fighting the good fight. I know that you are as well, and God willing, we will prevail in this.
Yeah, and Josh, you brought a lot to this particular subject right now. I'd love to break it down a little bit for the audience. Specifically, you mentioned Candace Owens launching personal attacks against you, and figures like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. A lot of people are saying that they're noticing real anti-Semitism coming from these personalities and others who are identified with the right wing of the political spectrum in the United States. So what's your take on what's happening right now with these figures, and where does it leave Republicans as they get ready for the midterms and the 2028 presidential election?
Well, these folks are saying invariably really, really awful things. And once upon a time, Ellie, the American right was constituted such that there was not room for this sort of talk. And I think what I can identify, Ellie, if I'm being most charitable, if I'm trying to be most charitable here, some folks actually seem to have animus, whether it's Jew hatred or just racism or misogyny, in their bones. I have no doubt that at this point Tucker Carlson actually really hates Jewish people. I have no doubt that Candace Owens hates Jewish people. But when it comes to some of the apologists for quote-unquote platforming these individuals there, the most charitable way that I can possibly put it is that you have some folks who are looking at the big tech censorship fights from 2017, 2018, 2019, including 2020 and the very controversial election that we had here in the U.S. I think a lot of folks are looking at that, and now they're running to the complete opposite end, where they have such PTSD, they have such trauma from all the big tech censorship fights, that now they just say, okay, it doesn't matter what he's saying, just platform, 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 platform. But there's a difference between saying that someone has a First Amendment legal right to voice opinions, or perhaps even that you have a moral right to access a certain venue, such as Rumble, which bills itself as an all-out free speech website, maybe even YouTube. It's very different to say that you have either a legal right or a personal, civil, or moral right to access a certain platform and to spew your bile. That's different than saying that person and his or her opinions are welcome as part of the coalition, are welcome as part of the fold. Those are not the same thing. And I think a lot of folks are deeply conflating it. Just because someone vaguely codes him or herself as being on the right does not mean that that person is actually on the right in a big alliance, building block, coalition sense of the term. By the way, we've mentioned Charlie Kirk numerous times. Literally no one understood this greater than Charlie Kirk. There is no one that Charlie Kirk opposed more vociferously over the entire course of his career, over his tragically truncated career. There is not a single person who he more vehemently opposed than Nick Fuentes. He opposed Nick Fuentes louder and clearer and with a more fiery passion in his belly than any single figure on the left over the years. And because there's numerous reasons for that, but he saw in Nick Fuentes, who was a Holocaust-denying, deeply racist, an epic fool, just an epically foolish and horrible human being. He saw in him a threat to his own cause. He saw in him someone who would discredit the right, and therefore would have voters run away from the right towards the left because they wouldn't want to be associated for really at all with someone who is effectively a Nazi. Now, the conservative movement has had these battles. They've had these fights going back for many, many, many years. Many of us have heard the stories of a previous generation's battles back in the 1960s when it comes to the John Birch Society and things like that there. I don't think that we need to rehash this, but it's worth stipulating that if you are in the art of conserving something, Ellie, if you are involved in conserving something, which is literally what it means to be a conservative, you are attempting to conserve and preserve this civilizational cultural inheritance from one generation to the next, in what Edmund Burke famously described as an intergenerational compact between the dead, the living, and the yet unborn. If that is what it means to be conservative, and that's what I think it means to be conservative, if that's what it means, then by definition, boundaries must be drawn. Because if you are paradoxically trying to conserve everything at the same time, aka platform everyone, ironically, you're actually conserving nothing at all.
And Josh, my last question on this topic, some people are pointing fingers at the national conservatism movement. Do you see any fault in that movement in where we are right now?
Ellie, look, I have been a part of the national conservatism movement since the start. I thought that it was an attempt to orient the American right in an intellectually healthy direction, away from the liberal abstractions of yesteryear, and trying to become a more tangible, practical vehicle to really help the men and women of this country. That is the reason that I was attracted to it. I also personally am a nationalist. I vehemently oppose universalism and globalism. I believe in the nation state. So there's been a lot to love about the National Conservatism Conference. I am concerned that the leaders of the movement have done an insufficient job in trying to patrol the boundaries of this particular coalition and trying to define what it is that the movement stands for and what it is that the movement does not stand for. Now, in fairness, going back to the very first conference we had back in Washington, D.C., back in 2019, I was there. At the time, I was covering it as a journalist. I wasn't even a speaker. I remember my friend David Bragg, one of the co-founders of the NACOM movement, saying very clearly in his speech that if you are a racist or white supremacist, there's the door, go see yourself out, you're not welcome here, period, full stop, end of story. So they've opposed racism, anti-Semitism, etc. since day one. But as the situation on the right has deteriorated, I think that the leaders of the movement have failed to police and patrol the boundaries and to orient this in a healthier direction there. So I was very personally disappointed in some of the speeches from the movement's leaders that I heard at the September 2025 conference, the one a few months ago that I personally spoke at there. And I would expect, Ellie, that I will be less involved with the movement going forward because I'm very disappointed with how the leaders have handled it. But that's not to say that there are not some good ideas there. There are. But it has failed to keep up with the current times, and the leaders have failed to keep it heading in a healthy and viable direction.
Well, so you're perhaps sharing some breaking news with us, and I hope that the leaders of the movement do take perhaps what you're sharing is a bit of a wake-up call to them. Josh, I want to move us on to a book that you've recently published titled Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West, which is described as, quote, a next-generation manifesto, declaring that the fate of Western civilization depends on the security and thriving of the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel. With that lens, Josh, how do you view the current Israel-Gaza negotiations?
Well, the current negotiations, Ellie, seem to me to really not be going anywhere in a hurry, which is something that I could have seen coming. I'm sure that you could have seen coming. Anyone who's been around the block and has followed Israel's recurring invariable fights against radical Islamist jihadists, anyone who's followed this for years now could, I think, have easily seen coming that Hamas is not going to simply just lay down their arms and disarm, as the Trump administration's 20-ish point peace plan called for. And the reason that they're not going to do so is actually very, very simple. It's literally in their charter. They can't do it. They are ideologically committed to not laying down their arms. There was actually just an exchange that the wretched Anna Kasparian, Cenk Uyghur's sparring partner or his teammate, Anna Kasparian was on Bill Maher's show and Bill Maher said, oh, Hamas will just keep on trying to kill Israel. And Kasparian says, well, how do you know that, Bill? And he says, well, it's literally in their charter. Because it is. Hamas did not mince words, Ellie. This stuff's actually publicly accessible. A lot of folks who have not Googled it, you should really just go ahead and Google it. It's available via the Yale Law School library. You can go and literally read the Hamas founding charter. It's from the late 1980s, 1987, 1988, right around there. They say that they aim to kill all the Jews of Israel. And by the way, they want to kill all the Jews around the world. And as if that's not good enough, their actual goal is to kill all so-called infidels, which is all Christians as well, and frankly, a lot of Muslims as well, really all Muslims who do not subscribe to their uniquely toxic brand of Sharia supremacist ideology. So these are just a horrific batch of 7th century aspiring Sharia supremacist radicals, and they're not going to lay down their arms anytime soon because they can't, because their entire life's purpose is to not lay down their arms. And anyone who is not a fool, I think, should have seen this coming. It's one of the reasons that I was personally advocating so hard for Israel to finish this job quickly, to not let this drag out there before the overwhelming pressure and the diplomacy just kind of takes over there and there's no military action left. That's not exactly what happened. And this is just kind of the story of Israel's existence, isn't it? I mean, having these recurring problems in Gaza, The northern border that Israel has with Lebanon is suddenly a little hotter all of a sudden. It's nothing close to what it was as recently as 2 years ago, but it's still getting a little hotter than what it was last summer after the death of Hassan Nasrallah and other actors like that there. This is very much kind of just the story of Israel's existence. And to kind of take it back to the themes of my book, Israel and civilization, if the United States and if Western civilization more generally cares about itself, it will recognize that this is a very stark moral and strategic dichotomy between a deeply important player in the region, the wellspring, the birthplace of Western civilization, also the canary in the coal mine when it comes to Islamist hegemony in the region. It will look at that on the one side, and then this Sharia supremacist 7th century aspiring jihadist death cult on the other side, and will say, just let them do their thing. So look, if the president, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, if they want to continue to try to negotiate some sort of viable, sustainable way that this works out, that's fine. I have absolutely no objection to that in principle. I am just saying in practice, Ellie, I don't understand how it could possibly work and how Hamas could just voluntarily lay down their arms. They are saying, by the way, the most recent thing I saw is that Hamas is now saying that they're open to possibly finding some warehouse to lay down their arms there. I will believe that when I see it. It kind of reminds me of the word hunna, which roughly translates, Westerners translate it typically as a ceasefire, but for jihadists, the notion of a hunna is actually not a true ceasefire in the Western English language sense of the term. It refers to kind of a strategic, momentarily cessation of hostilities to allow that group to rearm then for future hostilities. That's what's going on there, and I'll be skeptical, frankly, if it's anything other than that.
Well, and I think any honest observer of the Middle East knows that Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization. They're not going to be giving up their arms easily. But Josh, what that brings me to is your book and the notion that you argue that Israel is the tip of the spear for Western civilization, while at the same time we're seeing perhaps less and less support for Israel in the American public. How do those two trends work with each other, and what is your argument for why the U.S. should be continuing to support Israel?
Well, Ellie, the reason I think fewer Americans are supporting Israel today is because fewer Americans, frankly, support America today. There are fewer Americans who understand what it actually is to be an American in the first place, what it actually is that made this country, what made it great, and what will keep it great there. There's a reason that historically it's been a close correlation between optimism, approval ratings of the country, confidence in America's future, and support for Israel. So, for instance, after 9/11, which was just a horrific atrocity on September 11, 2001, in the year and a half-ish that followed, President Bush had astronomically high approval ratings. And people were very confident there because this is before his collapse, but at the time they viewed him as a very, very strong leader. And they were confident about America's future because we were going to go in and get the bad guys, get bin Laden, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a coincidence that around that time, that's when U.S. support for Israel completely skyrocketed. It was around the highest polling incidents or highest polling timelines of U.S. support for Israel really in the post-1948 history of the modern Jewish state. And again, you see that now playing out as well because Americans, based on all the polling that I see, are not particularly confident about the country. They're not particularly optimistic about the future, whether it comes to threats foreign and domestic, whether it comes in the form of the Chinese Communist Party or Russia or Iran or whoever the case may be, or whether it comes in the form of domestic social maladies as well when it comes to doom scrolling, addiction to Instagram and TikTok and our big tech oligarchs, whether it comes in the form of drugs, of horrific fentanyl overdoses and all of that there, despondency, loneliness. A lot of things are very much on the rise that are not indicative or conducive of a healthy society. We've also seen in recent decades precipitously declining rates of Americans who attend religious houses of worship, especially Christians who are simply not attending church or not describing themselves as Bible-believing Christians at a rate anywhere close to what was the norm in America for a very, very long time. So to me, it seems almost self-evident that support for Israel would decline amidst all of these particular trends. But Ellie, I've said for my entire adult lifetime, my entire political commentary career, that there's not a panacea, but if there's one thing that's as close to a panacea as possible, that's as close to a one-size-fits-all solution, if I could just snap my fingers and here's what I would do to solve the vast majority of America's social, economic, et cetera, all of our maladies there, it really would be to have a new religious awakening in this country. And that would solve so many of our worries. It would have people start dating again, get married again, start having children again there. They would find meaning and purpose there. They would shy away from drugs and various other vices there. And they also would make common cause with the American founders, who were a biblically literate, intimately biblically literate group of men. And they saw as deep inspiration for their project, for the founding of America, they saw as deep inspiration the ancient story of Israel and the Hebrew Bible more generally. It's not an accident that this group of pious, devout Christian men, at times they wanted to make the national seal of the United States Moses parting the Red Sea with the Israelites trailing behind. That was Benjamin Franklin's proposal. It's not an accident that you had men like John Adams, our second president, describe the Hebrews as the greatest civilization that ever lived because they introduced monotheism to the world. These two things are related. When you have more God and Scripture in your life, you're going to have a more, I think, intimately familiar relationship with the roots of all of that, which really kind of takes you back to support for Israel. So that is kind of one of the things that I most fervently hope for. I don't think that's necessary, by the way. I don't think it's necessary to support U.S.'s relations. You can absolutely support U.S.'s relations if you are an agnostic atheist. I don't think it particularly matters there. But just kind of looking at a broader whole, I think that would be the easiest way, frankly, not just to boost U.S.-Israel relations, but really just to boost America in general, would be to have some sort of religious awakening in this country.
Josh, that's really interesting what you're saying about religiosity, and it kind of ties back to our conversation about Charlie Kirk. His book that just came out that he was writing is about the Jewish Sabbath, and it's interesting to note that his mostly Christian audience is resonating so much with this idea of taking a day of rest that comes out of Judaism and the Jewish tradition. So I do hope that more people will read that book and also heed your call for that. But I'd love to now turn to another area of your expertise, which is the American legal tradition. Depending on who you ask regarding President Trump's immigration policies, it's either some of his most popular or most controversial. Meanwhile, just last week, the Supreme Court agreed to hear the case on birthright citizenship. Josh, can you walk us through the significance of that?
Sure. So this is one of Donald Trump's first executive orders that he issued on January 20th, 2025, where he is seeking to end birthright citizenship for the children, at least of illegal aliens, possibly for the children of certain types of legal aliens as well, but a minimum for children of illegal aliens. So, Ellie, the context before we dive in here is that America is one of only 30-ish countries in the world that has this policy, that has automatic citizenship for anyone who was born on our soil. Essentially, period, full stop, end of story. There are some exceptions if you are the son or daughter of a diplomat, of an ambassador, a consul general, etc. Does not apply. But for the most part, America, Canada, we're two of the only 30 countries in the world. So we're already very much an outlier. Now, if you listen to how the media reports this, Ellie, they will often say, oh, the Supreme Court has long held that the 14th Amendment requires birthright citizenship for the children of legal aliens. No, it doesn't. No, it literally doesn't. How do I know? Because I've studied this very, very closely since law school. I have written and studied it at great length, actually. So the relevant legal language, we're talking here about Section 1, Clause 1 of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which says, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not reading it verbatim, but it basically says, every person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof shall be a citizen of the United States and of the state in which he or she was born. And the purpose of this clause, Ellie, taking us back to 1868 when this amendment was ratified, the purpose was to overturn a case called Dred Scott, which came out about a decade earlier, Dred Scott versus Sanford, the single most egregious case in the history of the United States Supreme Court, where they infamously held that it's appallingly racist, appallingly terrible legal logic. They said that black people were not and could not be citizens of the United States. So the clear intent of the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, which was 3 years after the end of the Civil War, was to make sure that black people were citizens, period. That's the entire point here. It had nothing to do with the children of illegal aliens, with the drug cartels, the traffickers. Now, the legal debate hinges upon how one interprets that qualifying phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So the pro-birthright citizenship for illegals crowd will say that subject to the jurisdiction thereof simply means that you're here. And you're subject to the jurisdiction because if you commit a crime, we will prosecute you for homicide. If you commit a tort, we can sue you for battery or for larceny or whatever the case may be there. But that doesn't actually add up, does it? Because it would be legally superfluous language. It's not actually necessary. It's obvious. You don't have to write that. It is obvious that if you are on soil and you commit a crime, you can be prosecuted, unless you have some sort of bespoke diplomatic immunity that applies to literally everyone. So what does subject to the jurisdiction thereof actually mean? Fortunately, we actually know the answer to that. Because if you look back and you look at the men who actually drafted the 14th Amendment, men like Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, men like Senator Lyman Trumbull of Illinois, they say very clearly that the purpose was to constitutionalize, to grant an imprimatur of constitutional legitimacy retroactively to a statute that Congress passed 2 years prior called the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And that particular law speaks of, instead of subject to the jurisdiction thereof, it says, and not subject to a foreign power. So now the light bulb's going off, because the actual then meaning then of subject to this jurisdiction means that you are not subject to a foreign power.
Josh, I'm going to jump in there and just ask, do you think it's possible the Supreme Court might overturn birthright citizenship?
Unfortunately, Ellie, I am not optimistic about this. I would love nothing more than to be wrong, because I think that it is a horrific public policy that incentivizes the cartels and the trafficking rings, encourages birth tourism, all sorts of other terrible things. It is a ludicrous policy. It should have ended a very long time ago, but I don't see it happening, unfortunately, when it comes to this current Supreme Court. I see maybe one or two votes, Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito. I think everyone else is a question mark. Maybe you get a Gorsuch, maybe a Kavanaugh. Honestly, if I had to predict, Ellie, I would be skeptical that you get any more than Clarence Thomas or Sam Alito. So unfortunately, I don't think that this argument is going to fly at the Supreme Court, which says nothing about, frankly, the legal merits of the Trump executive order, which is legally sound. It says everything, frankly, about the somewhat squishy nature of some of the Republican nominated justices at the Supreme Court. I very much hope to be wrong. I genuinely pray that I'm wrong. It's a very important policy, and America has to get it right. But unfortunately, I don't necessarily see it happening with the current court.
Josh, it's interesting because you're talking about Republicans on the Supreme Court, but I wanted to also ask you about Democrats who seem to be using the lower courts and the U.S. justice system to impede Trump's overall agenda, his immigration agenda. Do you think that Democrats are going to be successful? Are they going to be able to run the clock out on the Trump administration?
They might. They definitely might. So there was a case at the court last term called CASA, which was a fairly strong ruling, a 6-3 ruling, where they said that the notion of a so-called nationwide injunction, the notion that a lower court can just bring the entire government to a halt with just a lone single district court judge, that this flies in the face of the constitutional order and is offensive to a constitutional order. But they did leave some wiggle room. They did say that in very, very, very exceptional cases, blah, 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 ... maybe it might be appropriate. So there's that. There's also some other creative workarounds that some of these left-wing lower court judges have already been implementing to get around the CASA decision. So, for instance, they've been trying to certify a very large class of people when it comes to class action litigation under Rule 23 of the Civil Procedure Rules. That's been a longstanding point of debate between liberal and conservative justices. There's actually the late Justice Antonin Scalia, a strong conservative who was very opposed to this free-flowing liberal granting of massive class action certifications there. So there are some long-standing unresolved tensions when it comes to some of this, and these are some of the tools that the courts are still using to try to run out the clock, as you correctly put it. We'll see. Stronger action is ultimately needed. I want to see some impeachment articles filed. I want to see some judges impeached. Judge Boasberg in D.C. would be a very good candidate. I would like to see Congress pass jurisdiction stripping legislation, trying to strip federal jurisdiction from certain lower courts, possibly even trying to abolish some entire judgeships outright. That is their power under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. So stronger remedies are currently called for at this time because, Ellie, you're absolutely right that unless those stronger remedies come, frankly, ASAP, there is a real chance that the judicial insurrection could run out the clock on this administration.
Well, Josh, you and I have covered so much. Thank you for joining me.
Ellie, it's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations again on the new show, and God bless you, my friend. I hope to see you very soon.
That's all we've got time for. Josh, thanks so much for joining me and sharing your insights. You've been watching America Unfiltered with Ellie Kohanim from New York. Until next time, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to a special episode of the Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. Now, tourism in Saudi Arabia is going from strength to strength, breaking records every year, both in terms of domestic and international tourist arrivals and tourism revenues. Well, 115 million tourists, domestic and international, brought in around $75.5 billion last year. Well, as visitor numbers continue to rise, the demand for hotels is only going to grow, in line with Vision 2030 goals. Well, today we are joined by Sir Rocco Forte, who is the president of Rocco Forte Hotels, one of the most iconic names in luxury hospitality. Well, the group, which is headquartered in London, operates hotels across the United Kingdom and Europe. And in December 2023, Rocco Forte Hotels entered a landmark partnership with Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, which acquired a stake of 49%. Well, Sir Rocco Forte, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. You agreed a deal in December 2023 to sell 49% of your family's hotel chain to Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund. What was the rationale for that deal with the PIF?
Well, I decided because I had members of my family who had interest. When I first started the business in 97, my father invested a bit of money. When my parents died, my sisters, I have 5 sisters, one Olga who works with me, the others didn't. They all inherited shares in the business, and they had no involvement in the business, so they were kept complaining about this. And so I thought I should find a way of taking them out. And so I'd seen there's some transactions in the market which were quite attractive. So I said to Rothschilds, who were my bank, let's see if there's anybody interested. And we sent out a teaser to about 20 companies. And PIF came back straight away and said, yes, we're interested. We're only interested if we can deal exclusively with you. We don't want to enter into an auction. So we sent them information. They made an offer which was attractive to us, and we went ahead. And the negotiations took, I suppose, about 6 or 7 months to come to completion. And so they invested, not only they bought my sister's shares, they invested money into the company as well, which significantly strengthened our balance sheet. The money invested was really to enhance our growth capabilities, but we've also used it to catch up in our refurbishments programs, which were delayed by the COVID period. It was 2 years of basic survival for me. Of course, it raised our profile in the world, this deal. PIF are a long-term partner. They look long-term into the future. We're a family business, and I have that same outlook. They're not a fund that comes in and out, and wants to turn a profit in the meantime. And so they're the ideal partner for us. They're very good partners. Obviously, they've invested in a huge number of companies around the world, of which we're one. And they're very supportive, and we work well together.
Okay, so 2 years on, you'd say it's been a good arrangement.
Yes, very good. Yes.
Okay. What are your plans for opening new hotels in this region, the Middle East, in particular in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, we've done most of our development in Europe and a lot in Italy in recent years, and we're opening in Milan, on Via La Spiga, the Carlton in Milan, in a week's time, in fact. And most of our development pipeline is in Italy. Obviously, with a deal with PIF, it makes sense for us to come into this part of the world. And obviously, there are a lot of developments taking place in Saudi Arabia, and we're looking, and we're close to a deal on one of them on the Red Sea, a hotel which is being developed in the Red Sea. And obviously, you were talking earlier about tourism development. I mean, they really hit it in a big way. And they're building a huge number of hotels in a lot of different destinations with a view to becoming, an international tourist destination. I mean, the fascination of Saudi Arabia is it's so diverse. It's a huge country. They've got mountain regions, coastal areas, and of course, Riyadh is going to be one of the biggest centres in this part of the world, if not the biggest, with a huge growth in population, and a lot of hotel development is taking place there as well. So obviously our partners are keen that we should be involved, but I'm keen also because I think it's very exciting what is happening there.
You first went to Saudi Arabia, I gather, in the mid-1970s. I just would be really curious to hear from you what you've witnessed in terms of change during those 50-odd years.
Well, I hadn't been back much in between. In the old Trust House 40 company, we had a management contract in Riyadh, and I went with the guy responsible at the time, very young man, to meet with the owners, and that was my first impression of Saudi Arabia. It was very different then to what it is today, and I think what is happening in Saudi Arabia today is quite visionary, actually, and the drive and the enthusiasm that's been created is, quite amazing. I think, Riyadh today reminds me a little bit of New York in the 80s. There's a sort of electric atmosphere and a can-do approach to things. And of course, the encouraging women into the workplace has had a big effect. That's the main difference. You see, we were briefly involved in a hotel in Jeddah about 10 years ago, and there's a huge difference between then and now in the whole field of Saudi Arabia. And it's, of course, the vision of one man who's actually making that happen. So I've never met him, but he's a bit of a genius. And the interesting thing, there's a leader of all the various tourism development projects, and he gets involved in a lot of the detail, even down to decoration sometimes. I don't know how he has the time to do it, as well as being, getting involved in the international affairs of the country. And they all say, of course, it's wonderful to work for someone who's instigated a thing, and he's going to be there to see it come to fruition.
Where do you see tourism in Saudi Arabia in the year 2030? Because that's the next big sort of milestone year for the country. Where do you think tourism will be at that point, in 5 years from now, let's say?
Well, it's difficult, but with the developments going on, obviously there's going to be a lot of new hotel accommodation and rather wonderful hotels in wonderful locations. they're building up the internal infrastructure, which is, is still probably behind the level of development that's taken place on the hotel front. Internal flights and so on. There's a new airline happening, which will be the sort of top-end luxury airline coming in from all over the world. So all that has to happen and continue to develop as it is now. And I think then there's no reason why Saudi Arabia shouldn't be one of the major tourist destinations in the world.
Let's talk a bit about your hotel group. Your specialty is luxury hotels. I'm told the typical size of a Forte hotel is between 80 and 120 rooms. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a sort of a magic formula behind a Forte hotel? What's the secret sauce?
Well, I think there are a number of aspects, and today there's all the major groups becoming bigger and bigger. Marriott has 34 brands, Accor has 50 plus. Four Seasons has moved from being a 40 hotel company to 140 hotels, and they become, I suppose, rather corporate in their approach. I think we take an individual approach to our hotels. Each hotel is different. Each hotel has to be authentic, relate to the location, and we have to create a bit of magic in what we do for the customer. People ask me what luxury is about. Well, luxury is different for every single person, using this in a different way. So we've got to understand our customers and understand what they want as individuals. We're not a supermarket. We're a sort of bespoke tailor, if you like, in the service that we create for our customers. And that's what I focus on. The other thing, I think, everybody in the luxury sector is expected to give good service, but I think we have a sort of warm and friendly approach to the service we give, and that to a great degree is because there's a family involved, not only owning the business but involved in the detail of running the business. I started off with my sister Olga, who's still very much involved, and she oversees the decoration and so on of the hotels. Although we use plenty of outside designers now, but she guides them to give the hotels the feel that we want. And then my children have started getting involved in business. My son is now, Charles is doing the development, and he's driving that forward very, very fast. And he's much more familiar with this part of the world than I am now, because he's been here quite a lot, and we're looking at a number of potential projects. Hopefully in the next year or so you will start hearing about these projects in more detail. So there's this factor of family means that people in the business know who they're working for. They know they're working for individuals, not a lot. So they know us personally. They know our likes and dislikes. They see the passion we have for giving service to the customer and the care that we want to take place in relation to the customer. And it feeds through, and it creates a different atmosphere from a big corporate organization. I think it makes our hotels very special.
Of course, this is a region where the family business model is particularly prominent and visible, isn't it?
Yes, to a great degree. I mean, obviously, family business can have a bad reputation in the sense that they're not up to date, they're not well organized, and so on. I have a terrific executive team in my business, and my children who work in the business fit in as part of that team. They're not sort of separate and running the business at a tangent to that.
You've actually
it works very, and there's great atmosphere. People who come and work for us from different organizations, and some of the bigger organizations I mentioned, say it's wonderful working because everybody's closely integrated, closely in touch. Everything is transparent. There's very little politics, if any at all, and so it's a very nice atmosphere to work in.
I was going to say you've answered my question about succession planning, because it sounds like your children are indeed already picking up the reins and being groomed up, it would appear, for eventually running your business. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, in due course. I mean, I think obviously they're quite young, my children, at the moment, and there will probably have to be an interim transition before we get to them. But I'm in my own mind, I have a clear idea of how that's going to happen.
We don't have very long left, but you were born in the United Kingdom.
Yes.
You spent most of your life there. And I just wondered, because I know you have been active and vocal on the political scene to a certain degree, what you make of the current state of British leadership and the state of the economy, because we're seeing an increasing number of people moving to this part of the world. What do you think's behind that?
Well, because we've lost a sort of sense of enterprise and encouragement of entrepreneurship. We've got more like the European Union, where government intervention and new laws and regulation have slowed everything down. Labour laws make it very difficult for employers. In Britain, we've got a new labour bill coming through, which will allow the unions to already rampant to run wild, and take us completely back to the 70s. So I remember the 70s very well. I'm old enough to be working at that time, and the country was a disaster. Everybody said it had no future, and then along came Mrs. Thatcher and changed it. And since her, basically everything's gone downhill ever since. The Conservative governments we've had have been sort of not proper Conservative governments, or the middle ground and all that, and that's led us to the current government we have, which is a socialist government, doesn't understand business, talks about growth, but everything it does is against growth. So I'm very negative about the UK at the moment, unfortunately, it's not clear this government will last its term, because it has a huge parliamentary majority, although it didn't have a big majority, only 34% vote in the country. But it's not clear what's going to come after them yet, and that's the big question.
Okay, well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Sir Rocco Forte, President of Rocco Forte Hotels. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And thanks to you for watching this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Congrats on the movie and doing something truly original. How excited were you that this is kind of something we haven't really seen before, even in the Predator universe?
It was everything. The whole idea was, is there a movie that hasn't been made yet? And this is a story that has never been told. This is a kind of movie that didn't exist. And so that's what was the driving force behind everyone making the movie.
So this is your first hunt. And you've come to the most dangerous planet in the universe.
How much were the visual effects helpful in the narrative of this story in particular?
Essential. As much as there's a tradition in the franchise for it to be a man in suit and a fully prosthetic job, we had a test in the beginning to see what changes we could make to make the Predator's face far more expressive than it ever had been before. And it just couldn't quite accomplish what we needed it to. So instead, we could not abandon the practicality, the tactile nature of the franchise. So we still had Demetrius, our actor who plays Deck, wearing a full body suit, covering his entire being other than the cowl was open. So we just his face, and that was then taken over digitally, and our incredible VFX artists allowed Demetrius to drive the performance and found a way for the mandibles to express what Demetrius's mouth and cheeks and all that were expressing. So VFX was a critical part of pulling off the character of Deck. Not only that, but also the planet itself. So much we shot on location, but need to bring an otherworldly quality to it. So we tried to just add to the edges and the backgrounds of frames to extend them out and make it feel like you're on another planet, despite shooting so much of it on location.
You're after a creature that can't be killed. The definitive apex predator.
I could help you.
Well, good luck with your journey.
It's a great testament to Demetrius's acting abilities that he's got like this whole bodysuit, but he's expressive nonetheless. So how fortunate were you to find someone like him who seems to have, mime type of acting abilities?
I have to say, when we cast him, he was the best at what we had seen, and I thought right for the part. But when he was on set, I was blown away. He was so intense and so powerful. I remember turning to my producer like, can you believe what we have here? This is amazing. On top of being so physically gifted and being able to navigate all the crazy action sequences, as well as the language. The language is impossible for me to even speak. My mouth does not permit me to make those sounds. And Demetrius was so gifted at performing that language and also being able to get it change on the fly. We were giving him new lines in the mornings, and he would learn them both in English and in Yautja. He's a real gift to this movie.
Here, you're not the predator. You're the prey.
Obviously, so is Elle Fanning's multiple abilities and facets as an actress. Was she excited? I haven't interviewed her yet, but I assume she was excited herself to do something completely out of her box.
One of the things that I love about having Elle in the movie is that it means that we are cool. Like, she makes really cool choices. She hasn't done a movie like this because I would imagine in her mind, like, if I'm gonna make a movie, a genre movie like this, it's gotta have something in it that's special. And I think her agreeing to do the movie sort of assigns us as being cool and special, and your parts she's playing is incredibly unique, and she's so gifted as an actress. I knew that she was so talented, but what I did not expect and know we even needed was her physical abilities, not just in action scenes, but even just the nature of playing a synthetic that's been severed in half, and how she has to manipulate her body to pull off the magic trick for the audience. There was a number of things that were not left to special effects or visual effects that Elle really took upon herself to create the magic for us. And yeah, I really lucked out with both of them.
Absolutely. Was it to build this story with the visual effects as an integrated part, but also to make the characters so relatable to the audience?
There is a lot of visual effects, of course. You know, there's a lot of monsters that were created and designed that we did have to imagine. But we got to film in New Zealand, which is, I'd never been there before. It's the most incredible place. Beautiful, beautiful locations. I absolutely loved it. And so the landscapes that you see in the film
are real.
Those are real. We were not in the studio much of the time. And also just the history of the Predator, of being, you know, an actor in the suit, and you know, the braids were real. They were whipping me in the face. We were actually hooked up together, flying through the air. And so I really enjoyed like the tangible, real aspects of everything on set. But of course, you know, Dan created this wild world that far exceeded, you know, anything that you can imagine on the page. She's quite brilliant with that.
Welcome to the most dangerous planet in the universe, where everything is trying to kill you.
I need a hand.
For you, Demetrius, I mean, you had this heavy costume, but you still kind of, you know, were able to resonate with your performance, a little bit like miming. So how challenging and exciting was it for you at the same time to literally bring it to life?
Very challenging, if I'm being honest. It was, yeah, quite a heavy suit, and it gets quite hot in the suit, and there's kind of a lot that can pull you out of the scene and kind of distract you. But I think that was what, drew me to, you know, the character. And I got excited about the challenge. You know, I wanted to test myself and see, because I've never actually done suit performing. I've never played something that's not human. So being able to embody this character came with a lot of difficulties, but it made me, I feel, a better actor. It really helped my confidence to know that, you know, all these things can kind of distract you, but as long as you're staying present and as long as you're, you know, true to your character, you can't really go wrong. There was a lot of prep that was involved beforehand, just training my body to, you know, withstand being in the suit for that long. And I had an amazing team behind me, so it was
his emotions, they come through so much, you know, and we've never seen a Predator like that before, of being so expressive. And I mean, I don't think people understand how like hard that is to do. I've never had to do that, but to capture something, but you know that it's going to be slightly covered, but it's still your eyes, and to still feel something. Yeah, and that's like a real testament to Demetrius.
I agree. I fully agree.
You're here to prove yourself. Hunting something that can't be killed.
For you, Elle, how much excitement did you have, you know, exploring the multifacets of the Tia and Tessa situation?
It was so exciting. I've never played dual roles together. I've never acted against myself, so that was a challenge. But Dan, our director, you know, he helped to make sure that I was on track to really differentiate the two synths, because also at the same time, I'm not a human either. So there are these kind of robotic elements, but
body language.
Yeah, of course. And you want to make her accessible to audiences. So, you know, they do have the synths in our film are a little bit, they're the most advanced synths you've seen from previous Alien films. So they get to have a little bit more human-like emotions. But I'm a combo of probably Tessa and Thea, but Tessa's a bit hardcore. So it was fun playing a baddie.
Yes, and Thea is so cute and cuddly.
Yes, yeah. Had to have the opposites.
Yaslan so iyice. Det jet yolunay çiş.
You know, I've been thinking about the show. For the next 30 days, everyone in the country is trying to murder me.
Lee, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you so much. We can't reveal too much about your character, but there's a fascination to him, isn't there?
He's a very mysterious character. It's one of the things I loved about what Edgar had originally pitched to me about what he wanted to make with the character. He this great conversation with him where he described the movie he wanted to make and what he wanted to do with McCone before I'd even read the script. And one of the things that interested him about McCone, and I really liked, is that he's a mysterious, he's like a ghost. He's like a phantom chasing Ben Richards on this, you know, odyssey that he's on. And I found that mystery really interesting. The Mask does a lot for that, but it also sets the character up to, you know, be very stressed when things don't go as planned.
He loses this kind of mask virtually and in real life in that sense. How did you want to work on his body language and the way he moves and even the way he dresses, and how did it all set the tone for you?
Well, we worked a lot on the costume. You know, the mask, that took a lot of development to, you know, find a mask that looked cool, the leather coat. I had this costume fitting where we put the clothes in front of the camera, and I was like, yeah, it looks cool. I feel like something's missing. I think I need a gun. And they brought over this, you know, great big machine gun, and the whole thing kind of came together and made sense. Because he's, you know, he's a deadly, deadly person, but he's also, you know, one of the stars of The Running Man.
Yeah, he has his backstory, basically.
He has a backstory, but he also, it's like, people are tuning in to watch him hunt these people down and kill them.
I got a grenade! Back at you.
Technically, at some point, the lines get blurry between what is television and entertainment and what is actually reality. I think the character expresses that well.
Yeah, and I think the movie in such an interesting way, is following Ben Richards through reality. You know, the fantasy of like righteous violence that is shown on the Running Man show doesn't match up with the reality that Ben Richards is experiencing. And that balance of those two kind of dimensions, I think, is one of the really interesting qualities of Running Man.
Oh, absolutely. Well, my time is up, but it's lovely chatting with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lovely chatting with you as well.
Welcome to The Running Man.
The rules are simple. Survive 30 days. The entire nation hunting you down. And get your family out of Slumside for good.
I'm gonna come back here and burn this building down. I promise.
That's the spirit.
Josh, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good to talk to you again. It's such a fun character to play, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure he's inspired from several TV bosses you may have encountered.
More than TV bosses, billionaires that, I've been very fortunate to, when I was doing Wall Street 2, Oliver, introduced me to a lot of billionaires. And it's interesting, man. This guy is so calm and he's so confident in his ability to find people's weaknesses and exploit them. And I think that that's different than something that I've played in the past. And it was a fun, and he's so kind of cosmetically obsessed. The perfect teeth and the hair and the suit and the skin and the eyeliner and all that stuff.
And the Joker smile all the time.
Exactly.
Hunt him down!
Survive, and you will walk away with $1 billion.
I always thought this was fake.
Let's talk about Stephen King and his ability to kind of, project himself in the future, even in a novel that was written a while ago. So how timely did you always feel that this novel was? Did you read it before or did you read it for the film?
No, I read the novel for the film, but I had seen the first version of the movie. No, it was not based on the source material. But I know that Stephen's seen the film. I know that Stephen really liked the film, and I'm happy for him. I'm happy that he responded to these characters in the way that he did, that I've heard Edgar talk about. To me specifically, it's really nice because I'm a big fan of Stephen King. I grew up on Stephen King movies, watching Christine or watching The Shining or watching, whatever. And I like the Arnold Schwarzenegger version a lot. It's really fun. It's a fun movie. But I think that this is also, it's like, when in 1982, if you're writing about 2025 and then you do the movie based on the source material in 2025 and to see what projections are correct and see where we've gone technologically, it's interesting to me.
Don't you get it? This game is rigged. I got a grenade! Back at you.
This set must have been interesting to be on. Do you still get excited about these things? Obviously you've been on your fair share of big blockbuster films. But when you step foot on a set and the props are exciting and the things around you are, do you still get enthusiasm?
I do. There's been a couple of times in 41 years where I got a little jaded. And if I get jaded, I leave for a while, which I'm sure everybody gets very happy about. There's a bye, Josh, and I go do and I fill up with life and I fill up whatever empty tank that I have. And then I come back, because when I go back to like watching behind the scenes and all that, I get super excited about being in the movie industry. And when you're working all the time, you're just working and you're worrying and you're making sure that you know the lines and you're creating an interesting character and you're being loyal to the storyline and all that. And, if you do too many of those, you just get, it's just all tink, and you have to give yourself some space. And then the awe comes back, the wonderment comes back.
Go!
If you can survive against those goons, so can they.
I'm just trying to get back to my family.
They're here.
Because this story was written in the 80s and it's very timely today, what, in your opinion, with all your experience and expertise, makes a story enduring for the audience and interesting to them decades later?
I think you have to be able to invest in the main character. I think you have to be able to invest in all the characters, and there's some kind of mirror toward the foibles of what we experience as human beings. I think if you don't care, it's impossible to really watch a movie. It's like some cosmetic thing that you go, that's pretty, or that's the cinematography is really pretty and all that. But ultimately you have to care about what's going on. And, to me, I can watch these movies even if I'm in them and go, do I like the movie or not? I've done movies that I've watched and I go, nope, didn't work.
Not my type.
not my thing, and I'm happy we did it, and I think it's good, and I think a demographic of people will like it. But I do think this is presented as an action film, and there's a lot going on in it. But I also think that you can emotionally invest yourself into these characters. I'll be honest with you.
I can't just let you win this game.
Welcome to The Running Man.
Congratulations on a very fast-paced film. How exciting is it for you that, no one catches a breath here?
I mean, I feel like making the movie, I felt like I was on the show as well. Like, it's fair to say, and pun definitely intended, but it was a real marathon to make as well. And so it was a very experiential film. Like, a lot of the movie is having a vicarious experience with Ben Richards for the audience, but I felt like that as the filmmaker as well.
You know, I've been thinking about the show. For the next 30 days, everyone in the country is trying to murder me.
How exciting was it to build that world? I mean, technically every single prop must have been thought of.
Oh yeah, and that was super fun. I mean, that's some of the early stages. I mean, some of the very first things that you do, with the smallest team right at the very start, is start looking at locations and start kind of like, the concept art of what the cars are going to look like and what the running plan is going to look like. And, I worked with my longtime production designer, Marcus Rowland, but also my brother, Oscar Wright, was, concept artist on it. So he designed the mailboxes and stuff. So all of that stuff is really fun. And then when you actually see the props, I think we all love the running cam. Like the sort of clamshell camera, because it's so old school, but it's just fun to play with. And every time people will be on set, they pick up the cam, they'd be like, I love it.
People on these games never come back.
We have no choice. We need money for a doctor now.
Welcome to The Running Man. Contestants will be hunted for 30 days. Anyone can kill you.
At what point did you and Glenn, meet, and you thought that, he's the guy? This is someone who's on camera every single shot of the film. So how important was it that he had the essence of the part?
The Ben Richards that's in the Stephen King book is an everyman, and that was the important thing, is that obviously it's an action film, but he's not an action hero at the start of the film. He's an out-of-work dad. He's not like a trained killer. He's not a superhero. And so I think what was great about Glenn is he has a sort of relatability in terms of that he feels like, somebody that And not that he's not, like he's worked sort of dangerous jobs, so he has a thick hide. But again, he's kind of flying into this game pretty blind and, doesn't necessarily have a strategy a lot of the time. And that was really important to us. And I've been a fan of Glenn for a number of years, and particularly when he brought out Hitman. That was just before we were talking about casting on this, and his name came up, and myself and my co-writer Michael McCall both said, oh, Glenn is the perfect person for this movie.
Hunt him down!
Survive, and you will walk away with $1 billion.
I always thought this was fake.
Oh, shit!
Feeling pretty real now.
Did you read the novel prior? I mean, how important was the novel to making, the film what it is?
I had read the novel when I was 14 years old. I started reading Stephen King books when I was about 12 or 13, and I had read that novel before I saw the 1987 version. So when I saw the Arnold Schwarzenegger version, which is very, very loosely based on the book. As a teenager, I was kind of surprised. I was like, oh, this is so different from the book. So I think it had stayed in my head for literally decades of that The Running Man was a Stephen King book that hadn't really been adapted. So it's actually, the book is the reason I wanted to do the movie, but from, nearly 40 years ago.
Well, now it's done. Congratulations.
Don't you get it? This game is rigged.
Guess we'll find out.
I'm still here.
Ben Richards, 35, married, one child, in medical crisis.
Glenn, how are you?
Hey, Raya, how you doing?
I'm very well. Nice talking to you again. Congrats on the movie. Obviously, Ben Richards was in a movie before, but this is very close to the novel. So how special was it all because of Edward's also, attachment to the novel as well?
I mean, Stephen King is obviously one of the greatest writers of all time. He's prolific. This book, The Running Man, I think he wrote it in the mid-70s, released it in '82, set it in 2025. And when you read this book, it is unbelievable. It's eerie how timely,
exactly.
this world that he created is. And I think it's really what makes, Edgar Wright's vision different, and wonderful. Is like, this is obviously like, a big cinematic, relentless action movie, but it also is a world that hasn't been put on screen. It's a really familiar world, and allows you, in addition to like just getting to experience this wild ride, it also leaves you, thinking, in a really fun way. So it's a very unique movie in that way, one that I'm really proud of.
The network owns The Running Man, and they have more sway and influence than the government itself.
Ben signs up for the show, and if he doesn't win, he's going to be executed in front of the entire world.
Welcome to The Running Man.
How easy or difficult is it to make a character relatable and loved by the audience when him as a character is not trying to be liked or to
trying to be, at the end of the day, I always kind of break these things down. I think one of the reasons that this story really is one of the great stories is like we can all identify with Ben Richards in the fact that he's just a guy who's trying to provide for his family. We can all understand that. He's a guy that leaves the house trying to get some medicine for his daughter and goes on this wild ride where he signs up for a game show with a 0% survival rate. Everyone who's ever been on this game show has died, and he signs up for this thing in order to provide for his family. And I feel like no matter what someone's personality is like, you can understand the lengths that people would go to show up for their family. So I think that's a really great heartbeat of the movie, but that makes kind of Ben someone we can kind of understand, no matter if he's a little prickly. Ben Richards is a father whose daughter's extremely sick, and he will do whatever it takes to save his family.
Take your business.
Network building, tryouts.
And how difficult was it physically? It's literally the running man. He's running like every single frame of the film. How much do you have to prepare for these kinds of things? Basically, he never catches a breath.
Yeah, I was joking with some of my buddies about this, where I was like, I don't know when the last time you did an all-out sprint for your life, but it's like as a grown man, you just don't do it very often. It's like it's sprinting is a very taxing, crazy thing to do, and especially in this movie, which it's like, in addition to sprinting, you're also not sprinting in a straight line. You're sprinting away from explosions and gunfire, and you're running and jumping off of things and rolling. So it's like it was a very physically demanding role, and to make it through that entire shoot was tough. I definitely went through it on this one. It's a physically taxing role, but it's been great. It's one of those things that I've dreamed of doing my entire life. I remember building my own special effects and props and guns, and we shoot like James Bond movies with my buddies, and it's like this is what it feels like every day on set. You get to play pretend. It's just a little more explosive.
I think the best thing about making The Running Man is just getting to be an action hero.
They're here.
We're really breaking out the heavy artillery, the big explosions. Hopefully I'll make the stunts look cool. This is gonna be fun.
I was gonna ask about those sets. I love those postal boxes that fly out. I want one of them in my house.
Yeah, those are cool, right?
Who was it, this set? Everything, the props, everything that was imagined for the world.
Well, we have a great team, on this film. The best part is everybody wants to work for Edgar Wright. He is one of the greatest filmmakers, we have. And so in terms of department heads, in terms of creating, I even believe his brother Oscar may have been part of that design of that mailbox.
Yes. Yeah.
But the crazy part is, in terms of production design, in terms of props, all these things, it's like this world is not the world that we occupy. You know, we are occupying a world of 2025. It should still feel familiar. It should feel like our world, but it's just a few degrees off. And it makes things like that really fun, because that's what sci-fi should be, is you don't have to feel like you're in this world. You get to sort of be a little bit of a distance, and allows you almost to see our existence even more clearly. That's what great sci-fi can do.
True. Well, thank you so much. Congrats on the film. I enjoyed watching.
Thank you so much. Good to see it.
It looks unbelievable. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be wild.
The action is nonstop.
Bam, 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 bam.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.